Hey, everybody. How y'all doing? It's Wednesday evening. It's time for the hang up. It's been a wild week. I'm here alone. Arden's on vacation, although she's supposed to get back tomorrow. But then we just found out that there are rainstorms and flooding, and it may actually be a day or so later before she gets back, which means I might have to go to Corpus Christi to do this weekend's Reptile Expo all on my own. Not looking forward to that possibility. In addition, I'm not going to spend much time going into it, but one of the videos that I posted recently has got some pushback from some left idiots. And so here, I'm just going to make this very clear. I made 5 points. Number one, don't fall for or spread conspiracy theories. That's just kind of skepticism. Number two, don't celebrate violence. That's kind of humanism. Number three, don't lie. Humanism. Don't exaggerate and deny it. I mean, you can exaggerate all you want, but if somebody calls you out on it, you should acknowledge it and not pretend like something's literal when it's not. So that's 4. And number 5, gosh, what was number 5? Don't lie. Don't make claims that you can't back up, whether they're about someone's intent or not. If somebody has a problem with any of those 5, they should tell me which one it is. Because I just got a comment from somebody saying that my video was just essentially fascist apologetics. And so I want to know which of those 5 points is me supporting fascism. Otherwise, you're just a troll bot piece of garbage. All right, here we go. What's today's hang up? This is, everybody knows it's Wednesday. You guys are like my therapy. There's a group session here. Everybody's here to help me out. What am I hung up on? And of course I said the Democratic ticket. Now this is still a show on the Line Network, so we'll be taking calls and happy to take calls, especially about religion, supernatural, anything like that. But I'm going to talk a little bit about the Democratic ticket because now Vice President Kamala Harris has selected Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, as her running mate. And I didn't know much about Tim Walz 2 days ago. That's important. Quite often, the person who gets picked as vice president is somebody that I didn't really know or didn't know a lot about. And I don't know, the analysts are saying, hey, the vice presidential pick really does not affect the election, or at least not much. But I didn't know what to think of him. And then I found out that Donald Trump is not really a fan of Tim or any of this. He's really mad that he's going to have to go up against Harris, and clearly not too much of a fan of Tim Walz. Matter of fact, this is legitimately some air quotes truths from Donald Trump on Truth Social. I'll just read these out real quick. What are the chances? See, this is where we need Jimmy, because you do Trump's voice. But what are the chances that crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the U.S., whose presidency was unconstitutionally stolen from him by Kamala, Barack Hussein, in all capitals, Obama, crazy Nancy Pelosi, shifty Adam Schiff, crying Chuck Schumer, and others on the lunatic left, crashes the Democratic National Convention and tries to take back the nomination, beginning with challenging me to another debate. He feels that he made a historically tragic mistake by handing over the U.S. presidency, a coup, to the people of the world he hates most, or to the people of the world he most hates, and he wants it back now. And he followed this up with or preceded that with, this is the most radical left duo in American history. There's never been anything like it, and there never will be. Crazy Kamala, I don't know, is indeed crazy. I hear there's a big movement to bring back Crooked Joe. You talk about DEI. As I pointed out today on Twitter, Trump is DEI. And I don't just mean Don Jr., Eric, and Ivanka. I mean deranged, erratic, and incompetent. This is crazy pants. I don't mean that in any kind of diagnostic sense. This is absolutely crazy pants. So, first of all, there was no coup. There wasn't anything stolen from Joe Biden. The presidency, you megalomaniacal jackass, isn't a thing that belongs to Biden or belongs to Trump. It's a position of service in the government. It's a massive amount of power that we, the people, go look it up, bestow upon an individual, and the power of the executive branch with that person as the leader is something that we can grant and we can take away of the people, by the people, for the people. Now, his presidency wasn't stolen from him. He's still president. He, in consultation with his experts, made the decision to not run again. Oh, but no, Kamala and George Clooney and Obama and Pelosi, they all forced him out. Well, nobody can force him to not run. He did what he felt was right, or what he became convinced is right, with the rest of the party. So he's not going to show up and crash. It's beyond ridiculous that this is the type of thing that he's focusing on, or anybody's focusing on, in an attempt to kind of, he doesn't want to debate Kamala, which, by the way, I'm going to be doing my best to continually refer to her as Vice President Harris or Madam President Harris once she's elected. There is a disparity between how we Trump, Biden, Kamala. We use the first name; it's more familiar. I know that she probably likes it, and it may actually be strategically good. And I'm not going to belittle anybody for referring to her by her first name, since she seems to run with it. But I'm going to do my best to try to promote VP Harris and refer to her as Harris, the Harris campaign. And I'm just trying to get myself used to it a little bit, because like even when Megan Thee Stallion basically endorsed her on stage at her show, Megan kept referring to her as Kamala over and over again. And I get it. I'm a huge Marvel fan. So Kamala Khan, Ms. Marvel, I get it. You're seeing two names that are spelled the same, and they sound different. And she, to her credit, Vice President Harris, doesn't seem to get crazy upset when somebody mispronounces her name. But when Obama's doing it intentionally, along with all of his name calling, it just shows exactly, well, I would say it shows exactly where his headspace is, except that it's so crazy pants what he's doing, that I don't know that it shows that much about what he's doing. So I went out and I did some research. What's on the screen now is a list of things that the Wall Street Journal said about Tim Walz. This is a list of things that he did as governor that they think show that he's way too extreme. He funded the North Star Promise program, which provided free college for students with a family income under $80,000, including illegal immigrants. He created a state system for paid family medical leave, capped at a combined 20 weeks a year, and funded by a 0.88% payroll tax. That's less than a percent, by the way. It looks big because it's 88, but less than a percent. He mandated that public utilities generate 80% carbon-free electricity by 2030, ramping up to 100% by 2040. He's a fervent believer in climate action. He subsidized electric vehicles by requiring electric vehicle charging infrastructure within or adjacent to new commercial and multifamily buildings, as the governor's office bragged. He was passing on one of the nation's most permissive, he passed one of the nation's most permissive abortion statutes that has essentially no limits and no age consideration for minors. When the Supreme Court failed, he did what was right by his state to protect the rights that had been previously granted by Roe. He declared Minnesota to be a trans refuge, not refuse, with a law saying that the state will ignore a court order for the removal of a child issued in another state because the child's parents or guardians assisted the child in receiving gender-affirming care in this state. I might be moving to Minnesota. I'm just saying, this guy is the shit. The last one on here is establish automatic voter registration and letting Minnesotans sign up for a permanent absentee ballot option. There's other things that he did, like providing school lunches to kids, and all kinds of stuff. They're really doing a great job of rolling out Tim Walz. Now, he wasn't my first pick. because I didn't know anything about him till yesterday. But if Donald Trump's not a fan, the Wall Street Journal's not a fan, I wanted to still dig more. I was still questioning and dubious. So I watched his speech, the very first speech that he gave with Vice President Harris. I love the guy. He's, you talk about the people that you'd go have a beer with, you'd go hang out with, the people who aren't just politicians, but are, real people that you might interact with. I've watched videos of him. I've watched videos of him with his daughter. I've watched videos of him signing legislation. I've watched him on TV, engaged and kind of debating back and forth with the reporters and interviewers on different networks. And then I watched him give that speech with Vice President Harris, and I'm a fan. I can easily say I've never been more excited for any vice president pick in my entire life. But that's not saying a whole lot, because I'm never really excited for VP picks. I was fine when, I was excited when Obama picked Biden, because Biden had been my pick, 4 or 8 years before for president. I would vote for this guy for president. I would vote for him for, I don't know, maybe emperor, but I don't want to. I'm kind of exaggerating just a little bit, and so I want to be clear that that's exactly what I'm doing. But I'm genuinely more excited for this VP pick than I thought I was going to be, and that I ever have been. So just some quick background. He joined the Army National Guard, and eventually rose to the ranks to Command Sergeant Major. He was also a teacher, and his wife was a teacher. And it seems that most of his family were teachers, and most of those family members that were teachers married teachers. So there's a lot of teacher cred in here as well. He was the faculty advisor, the first Gay Straight Alliance faculty advisor at Mankato West High School in 1999. In 2006, he ran for the U.S. House of Representatives, and he beat a 7-term incumbent Republican and was reelected 2 years later in 2008 with 62% of the vote, and elected again in 2010 with 50% of the vote. Then he was elected again in 2012, 2014, 2016. Then in 2018, he ran for and was elected as governor of Minnesota, where he did all the things that were, or many of the things that were on that list and a bunch more. And he was reelected in 2022. When he stood up with Vice President Harris the other day after she announced that he was his running mate, he gave a great speech. Now, first of all, I will say whoever wrote that speech is brilliant. It was tailored to him. So if he wrote it, cool. But let's be honest, that's not the way speech writing works at the highest level. So huge kudos to whoever wrote that speech, because it was paced extremely well. It had good jokes. I love his golden rule. I love his plain smokenness. I like the fact that he's going to drop a damn or a hell and not worry about decorum when he's talking, but he's probably not going to drop an F-bomb, but he's probably, I guarantee you, well, I won't guarantee, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one that halts an F-bomb. Like these people, that type of thing. Cause he's just a guy. He posted a video about how to fix a thing on his car the other day, or not the other day. The other day I saw the video of him posting hey, it's 11 days to the election, but here's what's wrong with my car. Ford, you should fix this. Here's how you do it. You can go down to Napa Auto Parts and get this thing here, and boom. It's just, he's real. And so great speechwriter, decent jokes, including the couch joke. Yes, I'm aware that J.D. Vance's book did not have a couch, sex with a couch as an actual thing. That joke has grown to the point where basically Tim Walz said that he was looking forward to debating J.D. Vance if he gets up off the couch. And I get it. That never happened. I don't care. It's funny. And by the way, I probably fucked a couch when I was a teenager, because I would have done anything, you crazy horny stuff. The fact that, we don't need to go into what anybody's perhaps done for masturbation, but it's not a big deal. Like, I probably would have more respect for JD Vance if he'd written in his book, he's like, yep, so this one time I looked at the couch cushions and I was like, let me put something in the couch cushions and see what, experiment. How could anybody be remotely upset, apart from maybe the owner of the couch, if he didn't bother to clean it up? But it was a good joke. And I'm particularly fond of his golden rule, because in the speech he mentioned that he goes by the golden rule, which is mind your own damn business. That's a great golden rule. Mind your own damn business. Stop trying to tell everybody what they can and can't do. Stop worrying about who people are having sex with or whether they're having sex with a couch. I'm far less concerned with whether or not somebody has sex with a couch than whether or not people have reproductive health care and rights to govern their own body, and whether or not kids get to eat in schools, whether or not people are going to go broke trying to get an education, whether or not we're focusing any efforts at all on climate change. I tell you, the only thing that I know for sure that I don't like about having Tim Walz as the VP nominee is that he's done such a great job as governor. I don't want him to be assigned to a job like vice president that isn't visible and doesn't do anything most of the time. I mean, let's be honest. How much did we hear from Vice President Harris over the last 4 years? Not very much. And some of the things that we did hear, like, oh, she's going to be the border czar or whatever else, really didn't bear any fruit. I like her. I'm voting for her. I like her. I have a couple of issues with a couple of things that she did when she was, district attorney, attorney general and stuff. But it's great because now you've got a Black Indian woman who's been the vice president and is now running for president, has been district attorney, attorney general, senator. She's more than qualified. And, oh, by the way, not Trump, not MAGA, not Heritage Foundation's Project 2025. None of that stuff comes with this. So for the people who are like, all the parties are the same. No, they're not. And you look really ridiculous when you say that. Well, if you think Kamala is going to be any better than Trump, you're just delusional. No, I'm afraid that you're actually delusional. Because as much as Trump tries to pretend like he doesn't know anything about Project 2025, the links are there, and what it says and what they're advocating for, we already know. We knew some of this. They just bothered to put it in writing. They're like the twisty mustache villain saying, oh, no, Mr. Bond, I expect that in 2025 we'll start firing everyone who's not loyal to the president, and we've gone to the president kingly powers, and we're going to do this and this and this and this, and ha 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 ha. And note that we didn't actually say that we were going to have a national ban on abortion, but we are, in fact, a group of people who would mostly prefer that. So you think it's likely that we're going to push that? Yeah, I think it's actually really likely. And I think we can actually make the case for it. So if he vanishes for 4 years, the way virtually every other vice president has, I think that'd be a shame. So please, future Madam President, make him as public facing and as publicly active as you can reasonably do. Please make him more public facing and more active than you were permitted to be or than that you wanted to be. I don't know which is the case, but after we elect you, you're going to be president, and you have an amazing resource here, it seems, that should not just be relegated to the only qualifying factor is that he maintains a heartbeat in case something should happen to the president. Don't get me wrong. That's the vice president's primary job, is to be president should the president not survive or whatever. But in the meantime, this man who truly knows service, who is a veteran, a teacher, a representative, a governor, and next vice president, genuinely, I was eager for Pete Buttigieg, but I wasn't sure how it would affect the ticket. I was looking at Shapiro for a number of reasons. Walz wasn't even in the top 3 on my list. And when I started looking into him, I'm excited. I'm more positive and more excited than I've been about the election for quite some time. On that note, we have with us this evening my friend Jim Barrows, and it's been a while since Jim has joined us. We're going to be taking calls on this, on your God beliefs, your supernatural claims, whatever. But dude, how you been?
You know what? I am more excited than I was about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I hear you.
You hear
By the
me?
way,
Yeah.
there's
Okay.
your video's frozen, and
Oh,
your
jeez.
audio is a little choppy.
Thought we had
Um,
that one solved.
we're going through some tech issues on Jim's front. He's reset things. It was really bad for a while, and then right before we went live, we did a refresh, and now it's moving again. So now we can see you move, Jim. Wave. Oh, maybe not.
Okay. Good. Hey. I'm maybe
All
a
right.
little bit behind because I'm frozen on mine and you're moving, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But anyway, I think, like I said, I'm more excited now than I was, a couple weeks ago before Harris was announced. I think her VP pick was great. I think he's going to be great at providing supporting fire. And I agree. I was hoping for Pete Buttigieg himself. So, but I think, Buttigieg is another main gun, just like Kamala is. I think. He's really, really good. So is Pete Buttigieg, and I think Tim understands what he's supposed to be doing and providing, some covering fire and some not being nearly as aggressive as Kamala is. I think that's a good thing to provide that support. But when you look at laundry list of things you like about Tim, there are things on the right. You forgot he's a hunter.
Yep.
He's ice fisher. Yes, he coached his football team to a state championship while being an advisor to the first LGBTQA organization at his high school. Ex-army. You could this whole laundry list. And when we look at it on the right, and we look at JD Vance, the only thing we can really say that is best about him is the couch jokes. It's like it's not even in the same league. Oh, and we forgot. Tim won in a red state. Minnesota is not a Democrat state. He won as a Democrat running in a red state. So
Yeah.
there's a whole laundry list of things to like with him, and absolutely nothing to like on JD Vance. I love the fact that they laugh a lot, and JD Vance can't seem to land a joke. That Mountain Dew thing was very weird and got nothing from his supporters. At least, Trump supporters will laugh when they think that he's trying to make a joke to, make him feel better about the fact that he doesn't know what fun is, or
Yeah.
jokes. But they didn't even try that here with JD
No,
Vance on
it was
that one, and
funny
I don't
watching
think
him do
he's done it.
I love you people when they were just dead silent. Like,
Yes.
that would have been funny. Like if you were doing stand-up comedy and you told a joke that bombed and the room was just silent and you were just like, I love you people. You people are awesome. That might get you a laugh.
Right. And it didn't even get him a laugh at that point.
Nope.
But yeah. The adults are in the room. They're having fun. They're taking no prisoners. And I'm loving it. And the numbers. Within a week, she had 150, $200 million in donations, 60% of which were from first-time donors.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Michigan, 0% black vote for Trump. I guess we know where the black vote in Michigan is going now.
Minnesota.
Just some of the stats coming out. Yeah. Yeah. And Minnesota's, I think, will be there too for him.
It's
It's amazing.
wild because
I'm
it's
more
just a
excited
little.
today than I was a couple weeks ago.
I think actually the delay between me and you is longer than normal because of the tech issues right now. So I'll do my best not to stomp all over you while you're talking. So Here's my, well, I've mentioned kind of like my biggest fear is that a great governor um, might leave a vacuum in Minnesota, and in order to do very little as vice president. But my other big fear probably is now that the excitement and the momentum that we've got going now will vanish before election day.
I agree, but we're what, 90 days out?
Yeah.
That is not a lot of time. I think Kamala's biggest problem right now is that she's got a lot to go and a lot of campaigning to do that in a very big hurry, and that's going to exhaust her a little bit. But she also gets put on at Trump, who's not doing anything. You know, he's doing one event this week, and she's doing, you know, an event a day, basically in different parts of the country. So, yeah, it's not very long, but it's long enough. But I don't know. I think that the 90, you know, we're close to 90 days if we're not under it by now. But yeah, I agree. There's some fear there, but I'm hoping that, you know, she can keep it going. Um, and Trump just seems to be completely failing. Nothing he's said or done has stuck. None of his stupid little nicknames have stuck. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, more he flails.
I'm gonna, wow. I'm gonna try and keep running. So, by the way, Jim, I know you can't see it from my end or from chat's end, but the video starting and the audio starting are kind of coming and going at different points. I've got Jimmy on standby to fill in if you drop or if we lose anything. I'd like to, you know, try and keep going for a while, especially since it's been a bit since we got to do a show together. But if it happens again, we'll just kind of behind the scenes sub Jimmy in, let you go about your business and get you back on another day. But I hope it doesn't happen.
When I've got better connection. Yeah.
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 Hopefully
no, I
it's
get
not an
that.
issue.
Bad connections.
Let's take a call and see how that goes. Rogue Show in South Carolina is an atheist pronouns are him calling about the complexity argument. Hey, Rogue Show, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you, Matt?
Oh, excited.
Oh, that's good to hear. How are you, Jim?
Same. Very excited.
All right. So when I argued against the argument of complexity, but this is just like maybe to get more clarification. So I guess so I recently like struggled with taking down the argument of complexity. I use Jimmy's line, I think, and I asked, isn't simplicity the trademark for design? Devin, sorry.
So for clarity, go ahead, Jim, because I think I know where you're going.
Okay, yeah. So simplicity and complexity can both be hallmarks of design. As a general rule, simplicity is a hallmark of better design than complexity. We just look at the difference between a gas engine and a diesel engine. The biggest difference is a gas engine is more complex because it has to get spark into the chambers, whereas diesel just uses compression. So for a gas engine, a battery, an alternator, and then you've got a distributor of some kind, or something to get the spark from your main electrical source to each individual. All that stuff is more complex, which is better design. Depends on what you're looking for, right? If you're looking for pure simplicity, the diesel engine's the better engine. Now it comes with another set of complexities, like it's heavier because it uses compression, and so you need a stronger engine block than you need with a gas engine. So the question, but however, needless complexity is always a sign of bad design or really no design. And I see this in software engineering all the time. I see systems, groups of systems at major companies, Fortune 500 companies, that have evolved over time and are very complex and very hard to understand. And that, these companies spend a lot of money to make them simpler to understand, because that complexity and organic growing of things and connecting. Oh, hey, we connect to this system, and they just make the connection and they don't worry about way down the pike. They don't worry about anything else. Leads to undesigned complexity that leads to an increase in fragility of the entire system. And we saw a large part of that with Microsoft and CrowdStrike debacle just recently, where those systems down because of a whole bunch of reasons, but that kind of complexity is where it is. So it in the complexity we see in just our own bodies is unnecessary complexity. There's just no need for a lot of the systems that we have, because we build similar systems with less complexity. Does that make sense?
Yeah. However, I guess in that I might have like miscommunicated and ended up being like the same, or my interlocutor ended up like just the word maybe the word tacitly said no, complexity is the trademark of design, and the more complexity is, the better it works. So I must have gotten the approach wrong. But I just want to know. I just kind of want to know, like, how do you go about the argument of complexity? Like, what's both of your angles?
Well, Jim just spent a long time talking about complexity.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean,
if you're looking for something specific that's easy to understand, I think you can look at, why does the atmosphere need to block all of the UV rays that it does so that life can exist on Earth? Why does an omnipotent being need to have that layer of complexity when he has an option to build a sun that doesn't do that put out deadly radiation that'll kill us?
Yeah.
Right? Because that's the problem that you have with the argument for complexity. You have an omnipotent being who has the ability to make the universe different. Didn't. So either he's not omnipotent or he's not omniscient. In other words, he doesn't know how to make it different. Because he has the power to make it different. He may not know how. That's a possibility. Or maybe guilty of getting sunburns and that is part of the plan, and he's not omnibenevolent. You just take something really simple, like, why do we need all this protection against the sun? Why make the sun that way? There's no reason for it.
Thanks.
So
because that's an unneeded complexity.
So when it comes to what Jim was basically saying is, when something is designed, it could be that the hallmark of design is efficiency or simplicity or a lack of complexity. Don't make something unnecessarily kind of complex. And then it could be that when something's designed, if there's good design, you could end up with a complex system or a simple one. But if there's bad design, you could also end up with something that's too simple or something's too complex. And because all four of those come from two different categories of, this is designed and is simple, this is designed and is complex, this is not designed and is simple, this is not designed and is complex, or complex in a bad way for other things, it just defeats the assertion that your interlocutors evidently are having, that complexity is a sign of design. It's simply a claim on their part that hasn't been demonstrated, But even if we were in a world where most designed things are complex, that does not mean that most complex things are designed. That is a logical fallacy to flip that. So you can look at design and then see, does that design lead to simplicity or complexity, good complexity, bad complexity? But you can't look at complexity and say, oh, I'm going to infer design from this. Instead, the real hallmark of identifying design, from my point of view, is that we contrast design with that which we've identified as naturally occurring. If something occurs naturally, we have evidence that it occurs naturally. The problem is that, and if it's not designed, or if it doesn't occur naturally, then we have good reasons to think that perhaps it was designed. The problem with that as well is you can't look at the world and go, I don't know how that came about, but I'm going to say that it's too complex to have come about by natural means, because you'd have to know the full limits of what's available by natural means in order to say that one doesn't fit. So the people who want to look at the complexity and say, oh, this means it's designed, I mean, there's multiple logical fallacies involved here, including affirming the consequent.
What's affirming the consequence penalty?
You can go Google that.
Okay. Well, that answers my question.
Cool.
Thank you guys for answering it.
Thanks, Roadshow. We'll see you
You're
later.
welcome.
Yeah. There's a website called Your Fallacy Is, or something like that. You can go look up fallacies like affirming the consequent, or appeal to popularity, appeal to the stick, all those things. But it requires, some of them require an understanding of syllogistic forms and how there's a major and minor premises, major and minor premise, and connecting terms that link those. And in much the same way that you could say, if it's wet, if it's raining, if I'm standing outside and it's raining, I'm wet. But if I'm standing outside and I'm wet, that doesn't mean that it's raining. That is the sort of fallacy there. I could have sprayed myself with the sprinkler. I might be sweating. I might have just got out of the pool. Nothing about me being wet says it's raining. But also, it's possible, and this is why this is a flawed example, but I could be standing outside and it's raining and I'm not wet. But that doesn't matter, because when you're constructing the argument, you can say, if I'm standing outside and it's raining, then I am wet. That may not necessarily be the case. You can say, no, there's a way that this isn't possible, but that is at least valid in structure. It's a valid argument structure. And now all you can do is object to the premises. You can say, well, you could be standing outside underneath a rain guard, or I don't know, in a hermetically sealed container. But then are you outside? And so you can have debates like those. But just because you figure out, and you might agree, hey, if we see something that is designed, it's more likely to be complex. That doesn't mean that when we see something that is complex, it is necessarily more likely to be designed, or that we can determine that that specific one is designed, even if other things are.
And sort of the teleological argument, right? You only have two things you can do for an argument from design, right? You can produce the designer and how they designed it, or you can look at the object and then look at everything around it. Like if I want to take a watch, and we'll assume that it's an old-fashioned wind-up type watch with cogs in it, I can take it apart, pull the first cog, and go, is it possible for this cog to occur naturally? And I can look at the material and go, this is bronze. Bronze is an alloy. Does this alloy happen naturally? If you say no, it can't, or at least not in this size, then you've got a clue as to whether or not it was natural. But if you look at something like but wait, there are insects that use cogs for locomotion. I believe that's a leafhopper is what they're called. That's not the same thing, right? Biological organisms are not made of the same thing as metal, so that type of thing doesn't work for you. So you want to make sure that you're comparing apples to apples. But that's how we know is we take the watch, we look outside of the watch at the watch is and the environment is this possible? Do we see this anywhere else in this natural environment, or for an environment that is 100% designed? Do we see the same thing in the design? Then we go, yeah, that's design, right? We look at that. So when we talk about the universe, we have to look outside of the universe, and we don't even know if the words outside of the universe make sense.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try this. Here we go. Eddie in Washington, pronouns are he, him, says that I've said, well, I can't stand this, Eddie. You're going to have to turn off the speaker in the background. So, there you go. Caller says, I've said there are, oh my God. What is the background noise, Eddie? I can't even fucking do an introduction.
Okay. I was just stepping out of my noisy house. I got kids. Sorry about that.
Cool. The caller says that I've said there are good cops, and the caller says there aren't any, and he can prove it. So there are no cops that are good. How do you define the difference between a good cop and a bad cop?
I would say that they're all bad because not all laws.
I didn't
are
ask
good.
that.
And
I didn't ask that. I said, how do you tell the difference between a good cop and a bad cop?
Well, and when you look at them, they're bad. Because
you're not serious. You're not serious, and so I'm not gonna further engage in this if you're not serious.
No, I'm completely serious. As someone who has been victimized by police, I'm totally serious.
Then I'm asking you, what criteria do you use to determine if a cop is good versus if a cop is bad?
If their actions are moral or immoral.
Cool. So you're saying there are no cops anywhere in the universe that are moral beings, that do good. Is there any person who's not a cop that's good?
Yes, there are people that are not cops that are good.
Cool.
That are moral.
Just keep one of those people who are not a cop, who are good, in your mind as a comparison. What's your argument that no cops are good?
Well, so not all laws are moral. I think we know that. All cops vow to enforce laws. Even if they're not moral. So, yes?
Yeah, yes, because that's the job. Their job is to enforce the law, and they can also work within the system to do it. But if you're doing the job, then you are following the ethics and guidelines related to the job, and that makes you good.
Not if the laws that they are enforcing are immoral. I've seen people shot and tased for jaywalking, for instance.
Okay. Is there a law that says you can shoot?
Where were the good cops when 400
Did you stop interrupting
cops showed up to Uvalde?
Where is the law that says you can shoot and tase people for jaywalking? Because if you're going to make the argument that they're enforcing an immoral law, what immoral law exists that allows someone to shoot or jaywalk? Or shoot someone who's jaywalking?
Well, the law itself is immoral. And the police that act.
Okay, I'm going to mute you so that I don't get so pissed off at you that we just end up hanging up on you immediately. You don't just get to say the law is immoral. The fact of the matter is that from within the system, good people could be working in a bad system in order to potentially change it and to minimize the impact of bad laws. Is that possible?
There was a beep. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
From within inside a system where the system is imperfect, it's possible for good people to work within a system to both help change the system from within and to help minimize the bad impact of bad laws, right?
No, I don't believe so.
Then you're an idiot.
Like I said,
if you don't think that it's possible, if you don't think that it's
are
possible,
all Nazis bad?
If you don't think that it's possible
are all Nazis
to work
bad?
with, I'm going to hang up on you. You interrupt me one more fucking time. How you like them apples? If you don't think it's possible for someone to work within a broken system to potentially change and minimize the harm of that system, then I don't know what to tell you, because you have now, on several occasions over the course of this initial discussion, just made unfounded assertions in order to exaggerate it. So genuinely, you think there is not one good person working within law enforcement anywhere in the world?
I think as soon as they decide to take the job,
that's not what I asked. That's a yes or no question. That's a yes or no question.
That answers your question. As soon as they
no,
take
it doesn't
that
answer my
position,
question.
then no, they are no longer
That doesn't
moral.
answer my
They're
question.
no longer moral.
That doesn't. I'm going to mute you. That doesn't answer my question. It's time for you to answer yes or no. Are there decent people working bad jobs? Yes or no?
Yes.
Cool. If there are decent people working bad jobs, why do you say that none of those, because if the job of being a cop is bad and problematic, what justification do you have for saying there are no good people doing it?
Because of the oath that they take to enforce immoral laws.
Well, no. So enforcing the law, you may view a law as immoral and problematic, but the way to fight an immoral law is to run for office, to petition your elected officials, to lobby to change those laws and that. But individual police officers and military persons, by the way, don't have the authority to say this law is immoral, therefore I'm not going to enforce it. If they can do that, then the system is broken, because now they're not doing law enforcement, they're running around doing whatever they think. And now you are subject to the whim of one individual officer and not the protections of the law. So you're advocating for police officers to ignore the law and do what they think is right. But what if what they think is right, you think is wrong?
Isn't that part of the problem? The subjectivity?
No, part of the problem is that I'm tired of asking you questions and not getting answers, so you go away. Hey, Jimmy. Oh, I can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you at all. I'm not even kidding. Still can't hear you.
How about now?
Now I can hear you.
Excellent. I'm over here going, Mark, and you have to unmute me. Meanwhile, it was actually me that hadn't unmuted. I saw Frozen Man, so I took the opportunity to come in here as the lesser Jim and crash the show. How you doing?
We lost a Jim, and I'm very disappointed, but we'll get Jim back. It's tech issue. I'm exhausted by this. I'm exhausted by this stupid parade of cop arguments, because it's absolutely, obviously hyperbole, in the same way that I was objecting to hyperbole in general. Are there bad cops? Yes. Are there bad laws? Yes. Are there lots of bad cops? Yes. Are there lots of bad laws? Well, I don't know. There's some that are probably problematic. Are there areas where law enforcement does not do the right thing? Yes. Does that mean that there's nobody in the entire system that's a decent person? Well, considering I know some who are decent people and who come to me and talk about the bad laws that Eddie was saying, and what they'd like to do, where there's leniency, you get some leniency. But one thing that a lot of people don't understand, and I did 8.5 years in the military, when I'm in the military and I'm given an order, I follow that order unless it's illegal. Only illegal orders do I have as a service person, do I have the right to refuse. As a matter of fact, I'm expected to refuse. If I follow illegal orders, I'm now culpable as well.
Yeah.
And because of that, if you didn't have that system, then, and by the way, I get it. To the all cops are bastards people, they already told me the other day, I'm a bastard too, because I was in the military, because they're just as stupidly anti-military as they are anti-law enforcement. So fine, I'm a bastard. I don't give a shit. You guys are idiots. But if you're in the system and you allow the individuals in the system to say, you know what, I don't like that rule, I'll just enforce it selectively. I don't like that rule, I'll enforce it this way. I don't like that rule, I'll do this. That system is worse and more, because what happens if What happens if one of my former debate opponents, who is advocating for Muslim Sharia law and marrying and consummating that marriage with young children, is a police officer and has someone report someone else for child abuse, and they go to investigate, and they decide these laws are unjust because they don't take Allah into consideration. They're immoral laws. Eddie's overly simplified thing of, oh, well, we just look at it and it's immoral. Well, what if Eddie and I don't agree on what's moral? This is why the law isn't about what's moral. There are things that are legal that aren't immoral, and there are things that are moral that aren't illegal. And there are some things that line up. But
there's
thanks
also
for jumping in.
Annoying, yeah, for sure. There's an annoying habit that comes from, and I see it a lot on the left, of which I am, of going like, hey, here's a new thing that we want to focus on. Here's a not very nuanced way we present it for our, like, it goes easy on banners and makes good acronyms. But then when it comes to actually, it's like the defund the police movement, where there are people who are like, defund the police doesn't literally mean give them no money. It's actually a movement talking about how to move money where it is to where it should be, like how some 911 calls should be replied to by social workers, not police officers, how the police force shouldn't have. And you had a group of people who were like, we want to have that nuanced discussion. Then the right comes along and they go, all you're saying is defund the police, so we're saying that means this, this, and this. And then you have a group of people on the left who go, the caricature that you're insisting is over here that actually isn't over here yet, we're going to go ahead and make that caricature. We're going to actually go ahead and fulfill that unnuanced version of the movement. ACAB is literally the same thing. The guy was saying, are there any bad Nazis? Were there any good Nazis? You know that there were Nazis who were put in prison for not doing Nazi shit, right? You know that there were Nazis who died because they opposed it. You know that there were Nazis who worked against the Nazis. Yeah, there was a few. And within police, I mean, if you're just going to go with the none, what about the cops who faced a dilemma like you're trying to present, and even against your own standard, whatever the guy's name was, Eddie, because the banner's still up. We should change this banner there, Morgan. But even to your own standards, there will have been cops who have quit and will quit in the future and are currently on the force who have changed. So it's not literally, ACAB, I don't think, was supposed to be a literally every single cop is an immoral piece of shit. And they've tried to make it something else.
Well, I didn't think it was that either, which is why I didn't pay much attention to it. But then not only did the caller do it, but one of our mods did it and some other people did it. And then they extended it to anybody that's in the military. And now I've got people in chat saying me calling them idiots is just as bad as them calling me a bastard. Well, I'm not going to have somebody shit on my 8.5 years of service without replying. So go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing's
it's
dumb.
Weird.
If you're gonna remove all of the nuance and be hyperbolic and then get mad for being called an idiot, if you're gonna get mad,
I call myself an idiot about 12 times a day when I'm fucking streaming Isaac or anything else. This is not the hill to die on that some people think it is.
And no matter the topic you call in on, if every single one of your answers ends in a question mark, when you're asked a question, you're probably going to get called an idiot. If you're not going to actually answer the questions and you're going to try and do I'm going to one up, let me answer your question with a question, you're probably going to get called an idiot or something along those lines.
Okay, fair enough. Monkey didn't say it was just as bad, just said it was unfair. I disagree. I think if somebody calls me a bastard, it's fair to call him an idiot.
Yeah.
But
man. How silly.
I didn't want to take the call. I'm tired of this absolutely ridiculous conversation anyway, because it's just a distraction. The reality is we live in a world where there's going to be laws and there's going to be law enforcement. You can't have an absence of law enforcement. So what we need to do is start changing it. We need to, I hate the term, that you were talking about before, the defund the police. I'm in favor of right funding the police, which means to take that fund, shift it around so that when there's a domestic dispute that's not involving violence and doesn't need an officer with any sort of protective thing, you can get somebody who's maybe a counselor who can go in there. And, that we need better training. And, when I read off the lyrics to the God is a Bullet song from Concrete Blonde, we should make it more difficult to become an officer. And we should make sure that the training is such that before anybody is given a weapon that can kill people, that we've scouted them out. Make them, I don't care if you write parking tickets for the next 20 years because you're not psychologically equipped to carry a gun. If you're not psychologically equipped to carry a gun, you shouldn't get one. And you definitely shouldn't get one that comes with the authority of the police.
Yeah. Yeah. I just stop filling the caricatures. Just stop doing it. You don't have to have the nuance. Also, I don't favor any of the ACAB's one that the core message of ACAB, I have a lot of sympathy for. That basically from the ground up policing is systemically, it's basically if you become a police officer, it's systemically built to favor the police force, not the citizens, and that we need to reform a lot of that stuff. I have a lot of sympathy for those arguments. But if you're going to make a specific movement that's also going to go, as we're heading toward this ginormous political division, and there's a lot of people on the left who are like, it's just revolution time. When are we going to finally do this revolution? And then the day comes for that revolution, and all the guns, or most of them, are on the other side, including the police with their fucking tanks and shit, because we didn't actually have the conversation in a constructive way that had a chance to make meaningful change. I already grew up in a cult that had othering. I don't mean to join any other cults that have othering.
It's weird because there's a contingent on the far left that I keep butting heads with because they're idiots. And, I said, don't lie, don't exaggerate. And they're like, oh, you're supporting fascists. Like I get told I'm supporting fascists because I'm saying don't lie, don't exaggerate. And I'm getting told this by the people who want to say all cops are bastards. It's fine.
I've seen it happen to you recently when you shared a video of mine. I won't go into the details, but somebody accused you of using that video to try and erase queer voices, which was hilarious because I'm a queer fucking voice. So apparently queerness now depends on whether or not you agree with the hyperbolic left. That's what I'm going to start calling them, the hyperbolic left.
Yeah, you're not really queer.
That
though.
part that really pissed me off. Oh, don't I know it?
You're not really queer. I am. Yeah. I'm gay, homie.
Let's get
there's potentially a lot going on, but I'm exhausted, and so I'm in take no prisoners mode. And if somebody doesn't like that, that's fine. But we've built a world. Like I recorded videos. I unsubscribed from Occupy Democrats, and I'm probably going to block that channel so that I never see another thing from Occupy Democrats. Because the clickbait that they're using is just awful. They're like, Trump releases. Hang on, I have it on my phone because I was going to film a little Instagram thing of the blatant, absurd dishonesty. So all the guys that Occupy Democrats, get ready because we're going to put you on blast right here. Although I'm not going to load it. So the video was. Trump sends unhinged email about Tim Walz, except that you'll see that. Let me make sure there's nothing on my phone. I'm getting ready to show that I shouldn't. You'll see there are 4 clips above that I recorded of that dude sitting there. And what those clips are we're going to get to Trump's email, but right before we do this, and then there's a minute or so of something else. And now we're really close to giving you the information on that email that Trump sent out. But first this. And then there's another one. Yeah. And then it's like, and now we're going to get to that, no more ado. But here's shit you not, right after he said no more ado, here's another 30, 45 seconds on something else. And then finally they show the email. Now, it's from the Trump campaign, not Trump. It is a standard scare tactic email of, Tim Walz is going to be the most extreme. He's going to destroy the world. That's not Trump sending a deranged email. That's the Trump campaign poking at their base like they've done 500 times. but you decided to turn it out into an 8-minute video so that you could get it monetized with 4 breaks saying, in just a minute, we'll get to that email. I'm done. I'm done with the hyperbole. I'm done with the clickbait. If we can't be honest, we're going to lose.
Occupy Democrats have become those ads on Instagrams that are like pretending to play a game, and they're like, I know the trust is broken, but I promise this is the game this time. And then it's not. It's still not the game. It still isn't. That's what they've become. What's funny, I don't know if you saw it, but there was a person who before the announcement happened said like, hey, we don't know who Kamala Harris is going to pick for VP. Write a tweet as though you are Donald Trump's campaign trying to crap on them, but obviously leave the places out for where we would insert the new person's name. And then the tweet was like, fill in the blank here is the most radical person that Kamala Harris could have picked. I can't believe she picked that when a choice like, so, and anyway, it's this tweet that it's this fake ChatGPT tweet with fill in the blank here. And then if you compare that to the actual Truth Social messages he made, they were almost identical.
Yeah. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't have mattered whether she picked Walz, Shapiro, Kelly, Buttigieg. That same email was going to go out almost word for word.
Yeah.
And it was already, and we know that.
Yeah. It was a template.
But there's a bunch like that. We got some Theist callers. Let's have some fun and see if so for example, Josephus is calling from Georgia, pronouns are he, him, and believes that a self-sustaining algorithm for a creator coded in light as frequency. Josephus, I'm going to ask you I'm going to try and exercise a ton of patience and see if you can as well, because the summary, I don't have a clue what you mean. So please describe the God you're advocating for and what your justification is or why we should accept it.
Yes, sir. How you guys doing tonight?
We're okay. Well, we had tech issues, so I lost Jim Barrows, but I'm always happy to get Jimmy on.
All right. Well, mainly what I'm arguing is the starting point could be where we start with the idea of a creator, because in my opinion, science and just logic lines up with the fact that you have to have a generator of the frequency that sustains life. And if you look at things on a quantum level, or macro or micro, however you want to look at life, is energy based. Tesla said this, we're all energy based, but to have energy that's organized into data and intelligence and it's coded to do jobs has to have an intelligence and a generator behind that. And if we live in a holographic universe, like a lot of scientists are saying, then there's got to be a generator of the hologram. So all I'm saying is that should be the starting point. And then,
Matt,
so the big battle of whether or not there's a God, I think, how do you frame God within the data that we have? But we should start from that. And that's my biggest thing is when you just start from the point where there is a God, it shouldn't be such a comical thing, because I think logic just dictates that. So that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Can I try an experiment with Josephus? It's important we don't respond before I do it. Okay. Josephus.
Are you guys there?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Josephus? Oh, hey, Amargan, can you make sure that bus C is marked online?
I'm sorry.
So that
we have an audio issue. Jimmy's been trying to talk to you, Josephus. We're getting his audio sorted.
Can you hear me now, Josephus?
Did y'all get anything
on my call
from me at all?
Amargan,
can you hear me at all, Josephus?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'm telling you is that Jimmy is audio sorted so that he can ask you specific questions.
How about now?
Okay, are you there?
Let me see if Amargan has messaged me. Josephus, I don't hear you either now. Hello?
Josephus, can you talk for a second?
Hello?
I think the issue might not have been on our end.
Hello?
I can hear you, Josephus. Let's just do this.
Weird. Yeah,
I'm sorry, man. I have my Bluetooth headphones on. That might have been part of it. Did y'all catch any of what I said, or was I just kind of going blind there?
No, I caught everything you said. We were going to let Jimmy do this first, but
okay.
I think they're working on a tech issue.
It might be fixed now.
Yeah.
Can you hear Jimmy now?
Now, Josephus?
I can't hear Jimmy. I can just hear you. I'm sorry.
Right. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay.
Then
I
the experiment I was going to do was just to ask him.
Hang on, you guys can't both talk at the same time. You can't even fucking hear each other. Hang on a second. Just Jimmy's talking.
All I was going to do was ask him. I was going to restate his argument and ask him what he thinks our response was going to be to that, because obviously, in my mind, it would be, how can one thing demand a creator, but that creator doesn't demand a creator? And I wanted to see how close he would get to it. That was the only experiment I was going to do. But
so, Josie, I'm not fucking doing this daisy chain. I'm going to play relay for Jimmy for the rest of the show. We'll have to fix the technical.
Hey, man, I can call back some other time, man.
No, stay.
Okay.
I'm talking to Jimmy, not you. You're saying the starting point could be where we start with the idea of a creator, and if you start with a god, that's just logical. I disagree that starting with a god is logical, but when you say that science and logic just lines up, I now have myself echoing back at me.
Right.
When you say science and logic lines up with, oh my God. Don't talk for a minute. Don't talk until there's a question mark and I ask you to respond, please. When you say science and logic lines up with the fact that, Jesus Christ. When you say science and logic lines up with the fact that you have to generate, or you have to have a generator for life, what do you think our response would be to that?
Prove it.
Prove it is one of them. What about what generated the generator?
Right. So that's a great question. So you're starting from the point of a generator, and that's my whole point. Like you just.
Oh, you're just saying you get to start with a generator. So you just get to start with God?
Well, that's what I think, because I think that for life to exist and to perpetuate itself, there's got to be a reason for that self-sustaining energy usage. There's no reason for nature to use energy if there's not a purpose. So
no.
To have life.
No, Josephus, does nature have a mind with an intent?
Well, if you look at a collective consciousness, like a hive mindset.
Oh my God. No, Josephus, I'm done with this call. You have gone to collective consciousness, quantum mechanics, all kinds of stuff. And every question I ask gets us nowhere because it seems like you don't have an understanding of the basics of reality.
No, I disagree, sir. That's pretty bold for you to say that. That's kind of, and also that you're insulting my intelligence.
Shall we prove it then? So, shall we prove it?
Well, what do you want me to prove? Give me a specific question, because we could talk in a lot of different fields and a lot of different things.
Sure.
I'm a big Velikovsky fan. We could talk about catastrophism.
You're a what
how that
fan?
Relates
to. Could you go ahead?
Sure. What I believe is I'm a Marcion Christian. I'm a Marcionite Christian. I believe that the Old Testament God. I don't give a shit about the Christian stuff
at all, Josephus. I'm talking about reality.
Well, that's how I get my belief in my God through my belief system.
What's the Planck time?
Man, you're yelling at me, brother. I can't really hear you when you're echoing and yelling at me.
Did you just stop talking so I can ask the fucking question? What's the Planck time?
The Planck time.
Yeah.
Point was like 3 negative was like something like negative 0.333.
No, I want to ask you for the value. What is it? What is it?
Well, it's when you divide, when you take matter and you divide matter. So if I take anything and I divide it and I keep dividing it, when you get down to, as far as my understanding is, I think it's like something to the negative 33 degree, it pops in and out of reality. So they've proven that we live in a multi-dimensional universe. That's that whole holographic universe thing. So
we're done.
If science has proven that we live in a multi-dimensional universe, then
we're done, Joseph. Okay, I'm going to mute you because evidently you can't fucking hear me. We're done. When you start saying they've proven that we live in X when they haven't, then you are making assertions about reality that are simply not true.
I mean, that's true, sir.
Josephus, can you hear me now?
Dude, that was hostile, brother. I mean, I'm calling it. No, listen. I can hear you, man.
Can you,
listen, when I'm
Josephus,
calling up to try to have,
okay, you can hear me
you
now.
hear Jimmy?
Yes, he said he can now. He just kept trying to talk over too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to talk, man. It's y'all got the technical issues, and y'all are hostile, brother.
It's not the technical issue. It's why you keep interrupting.
When was I hostile?
Brother, I'm just talking about what I believe is a creator God, because I thought that was the topic of conversation.
Not your fucking brother. You just accused me of something. Defend it.
Dude, you're cussing at me, and
fucking cussing at you. Okay, let me make sure that you understand this. Here, I'm going to mute you for a second. It's my fucking show. I will fucking cuss as much as I fucking want to. Cussing is not hostility. You accused me of hostility. I kept asking you questions, and there's frustration with the technology stuff, but also you're making all kinds of claims about reality and what science has demonstrated when science hasn't demonstrated it. And then you accused me of being hostile, and now you seem to be whining about the fact that I use some fucking profanity. Are you going to be grown up or not?
I'm talking
I'm not
facts,
your fucking... Call me your brother one more fucking time.
Is that going to trigger you, man, if I call you brother? You going to be okay? I didn't realize the sensitivity level, but it's semantics, man. It's a phrase, brother.
It's not semantics. It's basic fucking respect of how you're actually going to engage. Go ahead, Jimmy.
He's sensitive, but you crumbled over a cuss word. Oh, is he muted?
I want to make sure that he can hear you.
Josephus, hello. You there?
Yeah, sir.
Is he muted?
Yeah, man. I don't understand. Like, what have y'all proven? You just attacked me that I believe that there's a creator God, and you gave me one angle to prove it. I can prove it in a lot of different angles, man. But you know, if we're going to do this, then we got to be open-minded to hear each other's perspectives.
Here, I'm going to fucking mute you again. Listen to me very fucking carefully. I'm going to let Jimmy talk to you now. And when Jimmy asks a question, answer that question, but don't answer that question and then try to go on to a whole bunch of other stuff. Because when we ask a question, we've got a reason for asking a question. Because some of us have done this for 20 fucking years, and we're trying to get to clarity so that everybody can understand what your position is, including you, and what we agree with and what we disagree with. And so when we ask the questions, you need to answer them and not go off on a tangent, especially if they're yes or no questions. Is that clear?
Okay.
Cool. Jimmy, you're up.
Sir, are you you're
did you not hear me say, Jimmy, you're
or something here, brother? I'm asking for intelligent conversation, man.
Okay.
He does.
I'm going to mute you again. I just said Jimmy's up, which means Jimmy is the one that's going to be speaking. And in case you're confused, I am the absolute motherfucking God on high authority on my fucking show. And if you can't deal with that, you called the wrong show. We could have a good conversation if you'd stop being a whiny little bitch and let Jimmy get to the fucking question. Here we go.
And you were okay. What is your question?
I'm what? What were you going to say? I'm what?
What are you going to say? Question.
What are you going to say? What were you going to say?
He can't help
What
himself.
is your question?
What were you going to say? You liar. That's not what you were going to say. You were going to say something. You're like, you're what? What were you going to say?
What is your question?
That you're a fucking liar.
Man, I'm so confused.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
I'm so confused what you're talking about here.
I know you're fucking confused. That's the whole point. Jimmy, you're up. Stop talking, Joseph. It's Jimmy's up.
You said that it necessitates an intelligent creator as long as the intelligent creator is the starting point. Why would the creator have to be intelligent? Let's just say that we granted you the argument that there has to be some sort of creator. Why does it have to be intelligent?
Well, I just don't think that we have any evidence that anything that is created on Earth in this three-dimensional existence we have doesn't have intelligence behind it. I mean, that's how is that not logical?
So to be clear, you're saying that because we don't have evidence that there is not intelligence behind, say, a rock, say, random space debris, say, fusion, say, that your conclusion is, therefore, there is because of a lack of evidence or a lack of awareness on your part. Can you define the logical fallacy and argument from incredulity?
It is credible. There's no fallacy. It's just a
Sir,
fact.
I didn't
sir,
ask
that
you if there was a fallacy. I asked you whether or not you can define the argument from incredulity.
Well, if you let's use some language that I'm a little bit more familiar with. I understand.
Okay, you can just say no because it's
saying,
important. I wasn't going to waste your time. I wasn't
this.
going to waste your time in defining it for you if you
I got
already
plenty of time,
knew
man.
it.
I got plenty of time.
So an argument
you
from
ain't got as much time as you think.
An argument from incredulity is when your argument literally anchors on your incredulity and the thing that you can't imagine, or if you want to do an argument from ignorance, a thing that you're not aware of, or that anyone's not aware of. Hang on, Josephus.
Okay, I'm going to mute you until Jimmy's done talking because you are incapable of shutting your fucking pie hole long enough to get to the point.
Right. So I'm going to ask you basically the same question again, but ask you for a new answer because right now your answer was because there isn't evidence, there isn't a creator behind everything in the universe, including rocks. Therefore, it is logical to conclude that there is an intelligent creator, which is not how that works. That is a fallacious argument. So now give actual evidence, not a lack of evidence, but actual evidence for the creator being intelligent.
Okay. When you say even rocks, non-living things are composed of certain electrical things. Everything is electrical, sir. Everything.
No, everything has energy. That wouldn't make it electrical.
That's electric, sir. Same thing. Energy.
No, energy and electricity are not the same thing.
And where's that coding information? Where's the coder?
Sir, are squares and rectangles the same thing? No, squares are types of rectangles. Rectangles are not types of squares. Energy exists in a form called electrons that when they move between things, we call that an anode and a cathode. We call that electricity, right? That's electricity. It is not the same thing as energy. Oh, you didn't stop talking while you were muted, did you? You don't have no idea what I said.
Dude, I can't tell. I can't tell. I've never done this before, so I don't understand.
Loud beep.
Let me make it really easy for you. You're muted right now, and I will tell you before I unmute you.
He's still talking, I guarantee you. Anyway, what I was explaining to you is that electricity and energy are not the same thing. Electricity is a form of energy. It is not, they are not the same.
You are unmuted.
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, I disagree with you. I hate that you're being, frustrated with our communication,
Okay.
Go disagree with a physicist.
You don't get to just disagree. Oh, I disagree with physics and definitions and reality. This is what I talked about when I said you fundamentally do not have a good understanding of reality. You also have a terrible understanding of logic, because when Jimmy's asked you, why does the creator need to be intelligent? He was asking you to make a case, present an argument supported by evidence that demonstrates the probability or likelihood or certainty, if you want to go that far, that the origin of all creation is in fact intelligent. Your response was that because when we look around and we see everything, it looks like everything is the result of intelligence. And you literally asked the question, word for word, how is that not logical? Well, it's not logical. It's a logical fallacy. It is a fallacy for you to say, to essentially shift the burden of proof and suggest that your justification for saying it's intelligent is that it looks like it's intelligent, or you see other things that are intelligent. Those are logical fallacies. And that's why when you say, how is that not logical? Those of us who understand logic and logical fallacies can explain to you how it's not logical. You are now unmuted.
For you to say that I don't understand logic, and when you infer that for those of us that understand logic, you're coming from such a hostile perspective that you...
Josephus,
I'm going to mute you again. You're now muted again. When I say you don't understand logic, I'm making an evaluation of what you've actually said with respect to the facts. It is not hostility. It is an assessment that is factual. You don't know fallacies. You don't know logical arguments. We've demonstrated that a couple of different times now. It's not hostility. It's a fact. And it's not my problem. It's yours. You are now unmuted.
You just self-authenticated yourself, man. You said it is my opinion and it's fact.
No, you're muted again. I'm not saying that it is a fact and that it's my opinion, or a fact because it's my opinion, or that my opinion is good because it's a fact. I'm saying it is a fact that you are in conflict and do not understand logic. What I said is that it's not hostile. I'm making an assessment. That doesn't mean it's just an opinion. It means in the same way that if we're playing a game of chess and you make a move that results in sacrificing your queen and losing the game, even though the rules of chess are arbitrary, it's not a matter of opinion that you made a bad move. It is a fact that you made a bad move, and my assessment of that fact is not merely an opinion. You are unmuted.
Sir, you have a lot of faith in your ability to rationalize. Okay? That's faith.
So you're muted again. First of all, I don't have faith in anything under the definition of faith being the reason people give for believing something when they don't have a good reason. So it's not a faith. But you said I have faith in my ability to rationalize. No, this isn't a rationalization. It is rationality. So now we can add to the list of things that Josephus doesn't understand is the difference between rationality and rationalization and the accusations of faith. So,
man, you argue semantics and you won't even let me talk, man.
You are.
What's your next
okay, I'm going to mute you again. I'm going to mute you again. When I unmute you, I'd like you to explain the difference between rationality and rationalization. I think he hung up. Yep. It wouldn't let me unmute him, and it gave me a pop-up error.
I like the people who are like, I can't actually engage in this, so I'm just going to make all of my statements about how you engage. In speaking of the fallacies, Mr. Logic doesn't know what an ad hominem is either.
Yeah, you know, it's fun. I kept talking about how I was going to use the mute button more to avoid things getting incredibly heated.
Yeah.
It works. Because I can sit here and calmly explain that Josephus doesn't understand the difference between rational and rationalization, that he doesn't know what certain fallacies are, that he doesn't understand the logical structure of a valid logical structure. All of those things are demonstrably true from things that he actually said in there. And then when called on it, he wants to dismiss it as just semantics or just having faith in this. And meanwhile, he's going to call in and talk and say that the starting point could be where we start the idea of a creator. Science and logic lines up with the fact that we have to have a generator for life. So logic doesn't line up with any fact. Logic is a complete abstraction. Logic is A and not A. It doesn't tell you anything at all about the content of what A is. It just says that A is whatever it is. A is not whatever it isn't, and everything is either A or not A, and nothing can be both A and not A at the same time. So when you say that logic lines up with the fact that you have to have a generator for life, the most charitable interpretation of that sentence, because I wrote it down when you said it, is that you're saying we could make a logical argument that suggests there needs to be a generator for life. But then what are you calling a generator? Because we don't know what the origin of life is, but the building blocks of life seem to be prevalent in the galaxy. And we've shown through the Urey Miller experiment, and Jane Oro and others have done work on abiogenesis to show how life might have started in different places in different ways. And so what science is saying is not that there needs to be a generator for life, but that life, in the sense of self-replicating molecules, arises from other things. At no point has science confirmed that there must be an intelligent creator to begin life.
Quite the opposite. All the leading hypotheses right now and things that have actually been tested. And there are things where it's like, we have a good model that it could be, but we can't say for sure that it was the event, and we should keep getting more models so we can see which ones may be the most likely. And they're usually the results of chemistry. There are a good number of people in the chat said, let's see, With 885 votes, you would expect that to be around what? 30 people have said that they would call in and explain why they believe in a designer for the universe. And I think we've only had the one so far. Those lines are open, though, people. You can call in and explain it to us.
I'm not going to delete the notes on that just yet, but we're going to go to Jack, an atheist, him pronouns in, is it Michigan?
Yes, it is Michigan.
Hey, Jack, how you doing? You're on with
the screener asking me. Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Matt. It's great to be here. So I have a simple question. I think screener might have written it down.
Yep.
I don't have a lot else to say if we want to get straight to that.
So it says you don't understand what the religious issue with trans rights is, and why religious people are so against trans rights.
That is correct. I figured that since you guys have been doing this for a while, that you could provide me with an answer.
Yeah, man. Normally I'd just say, hey, you could call Transatlantic Call-In Show, but since this is really more about kind of like religion, or the foundation for religion's objection to trans rights, it's a little complicated. I'm going to start, and then Jimmy will definitely have stuff to fill in, because I'm going to miss, because especially I want him to talk about the Mormons' take, because while there's a bunch of different versions of Christianity, they don't all agree. There are plenty that are, don't seem to have a problem with the LGBT community, and trans folks included. But there's others that do. So let me put on my Jesus hat and go back to my Southern Baptist roots. So this way, I might do this for every time I have to go back into the old thinking, just so that we immediately know if anybody clips this out, they're not clipping me talking now as me. So let me go back to being when I was a Southern Baptist. First of all, homosexuality is a sin. Sexual perversion is a sin. Men dressing as women is a sin. And from a biblical standpoint, that sums up everything about homosexuality and trans, because they don't believe in the science that demonstrates that anybody's trans. They barely believe in the science that anybody's gay, because that's God giving you over to a reprobate mind. If God put that challenge in your path, you're supposed to be overcoming it. But we as a society are not supposed to be supporting it. And so while we may not, even the nicest Christians that would say, hey, we're not going to condemn gay people, a good chunk of them are going to be saying, yeah, but we shouldn't be allowing them to get married. We shouldn't be allowing we shouldn't be encouraging their perversion as a codified thing in the United States. And the same thing applies with trans, because to them, trans folks are just men pretending to be women and women pretending to be men. There's nothing real there, according to what they think. And so from that standpoint, it's just Satan giving them, sinful urges, and them being too weak to overcome it. And so we must oppose it and not support it. But the nicest Christians will do it with kindness. Where are we at with the Mormons, Jimmy?
Yeah, I mean, overall to the question, the Mormons, I feel like the Mormons represent what the cultural problem is at large, because Mormonism is quite a lot like Western culture in that it starts off with an ultimately privileged group and then has a lot of resistance into extending those privileges and equality to other groups. And so like Western culture, the white cishet male was the most privileged individual for a long, long time. And every step of the way, they've resisted a lot. And so when you even just look at the biggest thing is that trans is just the problem they have today, right? It's things go through phases. But if you look at the propaganda they have against trans people, it's the same propaganda they had 10 to 20 years ago against gay people. And then obviously for decades before that. And it's the same if you would go back to the 70s and the 60s, you'd be hearing black men are more likely to be rapists. Black men are more likely to be, oh, fuck, this is going to get clipped out. You would be hearing X group is more likely to be rapists or child molesters, pedophiles. They do this, they do that. And so as far as like why it's so easy, and you can actually see that there's a political difference, that they've had a way, way easier time making this specific boogie person and I'm using the gender inclusive term boogie person instead of boogie man, mostly to annoy them. This has a lot to do with now it's almost an entire group. You'll notice there's a big difference between how much they give a fuck about trans men versus trans women. They basically don't give a fuck about trans men. They care about trans women because everything emasculates these people. Right. It's I shouldn't say no. Jack, you're a trans man. Obviously, it's not that you face no oppression, but I'm sure you see that there's a huge difference and a distance between the two.
But I hate to interrupt. But what I've seen in media, it seems that the main issue is trans women in sports, even though they don't have a major advantage over
no, it's
cis
not
women.
just, but that's not true. It's not just trans women in sports. Bathroom bills are about trans women. Trans men are an afterthought because the law will include them, but the motivation is clearly because their whole problem is, I don't want a man in my bathroom with my daughter. Nobody's saying I don't want a secret woman in a bathroom with my son. As far as the level of propaganda, the intensity of it, and the intensity of the movement, it is disproportionately this way because it is a male patriarchal movement that are emasculated by everything. So the threat to them, while they put it in their religious terms, is how dare you put me in a situation where I might accidentally be attracted to a person who I think is a man, and therefore you've forced me to be gay for 5 seconds. What if something explodes and I'm so attracted to this woman that I feel like I have no choice but to blow the guy for 9 days in a row? Like that's these fucking weirdos, these weird assholes. That's their mindset. They're emasculated by everything, and they are threatened by other people having the freedom to be themselves. Somehow makes them less of a man. But like I said, a lot of the propaganda is traditional, and they just recycle it. But it is the sheer fragility of men in Western society that makes them so afraid of trans people. And obviously hateful, but afraid as well.
Well, thank you so much for answering my question. Apologies if I seemed a little ignorant on the subject. I know I'm trans, so I should be more educated. I think I'm not exactly sure. Crack open the trans.
Hey, there's a reason why we put there's a trans education show on this channel every Thursday for a reason. That's where I get my education, Jack.
Fun.
Yeah, check it out.
All right, I did not know that.
Yeah,
and
tomorrow.
Thanks again for all the validation, folks. It means a lot.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Jack.
Matter of fact, I'll do it while you're on here, just to make sure that you don't lose anything in translation here, as I'm trying to sort this out. Today is
fun.
The 7th. I did my hang up show today. Tomorrow is the 8th at 2 p.m. Central Time, or about 5.5 hours.
For tomorrow, though.
What?
Tomorrow, 4 o'clock, but usually 2 o'clock. It's going to be at 4 tomorrow. Literally,
I'm looking at the schedule. It says 2, so I didn't know that. So
we changed this minutes ago.
And the schedule hasn't been updated.
Apologies.
So
could you
tomorrow
put that in
at 4.
Eastern?
Oh boy. What's that?
Could you put that in Eastern time? I sorry to interrupt.
5 Eastern tomorrow.
No. Yes. 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Josie and Luxander host the Transatlantic Call-In Show right here on the same network.
Thank you again.
Sure. No problem. Welcome. So yes, upcoming shows. The Transatlantic Call-In Show tomorrow is at 4 p.m. Central with Josie and Luxander. Then this weekend, well, I'm not going to be around because I'm working at Reptile Expo. We're still need to find out whether or not, hey, did you hear the good news or the potentially good news, Jimmy, that you might have Arden this weekend because her flights might be delayed to the point where I have to go to Corpus on my own?
Oh, well, that'd be cool. I miss Arden.
She was like, she messaged earlier and she's like, oh, there's storms and there's flooding. And she's like, I don't know if I'm going to make it back in time to go to Corpus. I might just have to, stay home and then work the weekend. And she's like, but that's good because I need the money. I need, another week because we're doing 2 shows this weekend or 2 shows this month and 2 shows next month. Although I think what we're going to do is at the Bryan College Station show and one of the other ones, we're going to let her come back on Sunday to produce the shows while I pack up and do all the heavy lifting and work and drive my ass back with whatever we didn't sell. Anyway,
for sure.
So that's the potential good news. But Transatlantic Call-In Show is going to be 4 p.m. Central tomorrow, 5 o'clock Eastern. And then next week's Sunday show at 2 p.m. Central is Jimmy and Dr. Aron Adair. And then Monday's Skeptalk, which starts at 6 Central or 7 Eastern, is Aron Adair. But I don't know. I don't have even listed with Aron yet.
Yeah, we're
and
figuring
then
it out.
Tuesday's Chewed Gum, also at 6 p.m., is going to be Arden Hart. And then next week's Hang Up is going to be me and Andrew Seidel. We've got it booked and locked in, and assuming the guy doesn't die between now and Wednesday evening, or if the world doesn't implode or there's no internet or whatever, Andrew will be here to talk about all the stuff that's going on. And by the way, the week after that, Jimmy's going to host the Hang Up along with Paul. That's the 21st, because I will be in St. Louis having oral surgery, which sounds way more fun than it is.
Yeah, it's not fun. That was me last year. It sucks.
Like, ooh, I'm going to get some oral? Oh, wait, it's oral surgery. That's not fun at all.
Yeah.
But
that's who they're, when they can no longer do the trans panic, they're going after dentists next. And it'd be like, oh, I don't want to accidentally get oral.
Oh,
that's who's next.
Well, rather than going off on another tangent, we've got a theist caller here. Brian in Florida, Pranzahim, is possibly dealing with thoughts of deconstruction. So I guess we'll be way nicer to Brian than I've ever been to anybody.
I'm jealous.
Well, first off, let me give a shout out to both of y'all. I enjoyed watching your shows along with the other ones. And I guess in lack of a better term, in layman's terms, and I'm only using the phone, so I'm not hearing the TV. So I don't apologize if I'm interrupting or anything.
You're not.
I don't want to get them muted.
You'll hear us.
Okay. For lack of a better term, layman's terms, I'm kind of looking for help with understanding a more basic concept of going through a deconstruction process. I'm a Gen Xer, and I'm grew up in the church and have always been what I considered faithful and spiritual, but believe in the Trinity and all of the things that go along with that. But I guess most of the shows that I have seen, y'all are using terms that are way above my head. And I guess I'm asking for advice on other shows that on the network that might help me to, understand the terminology and help with my process as I'm coming out of the dark closet, possibly, for lack of a better term, of Christianity and such. But that's my
first of all,
question.
Thanks, because I think what I've tried to do over the last couple of decades is take potentially difficult topics and make them understandable. But I am prone to using some language that not everybody picks up on. So is there something in particular you're struggling with, or anything that we could help with, just to make it clearer? I'm not going to say easier, because deconstruction may not be easy at all.
Well, absolutely. I probably would say the worst thing is the fear-based part. Coming from a background of thinking, oh God, I don't want to burn in hell, of all the hellacious things that I have been taught. The fear base, which logically, being a almost 60-year-old man, I know that it is ridiculous to think that everybody claims that they were inspired to write the scriptures by a holy God. I'm a logical, reasonable man that with a brain that it's unrealistic to think that they didn't have to go to the bathroom once in a while, have a headache once in a while, were tired, and, they made mistakes. And then throughout tradition, everybody's saying, well, we're quoting this because it was scripture and we got to go by faith. I guess,
Sure.
But the fear would be the first thing, trying to fight that, because in a lot of ways, it is easier just to be a Christian. And in my small brain, I'm just how I am, and
don't do that. You'll be
I don't
fine.
have to worry.
Don't do that. You'll be fine.
I don't have to worry about.
It's not a small brain thing either. This is. I think I can be helpful here on two fronts. One, when you look at the scripture, you're like, it just seems reasonable. These are writings by men who are going to make mistakes. From the standpoint of theology, what the apologist will say is there's a God guaranteeing that they don't get it too wrong. And if in fact that were true, if in fact there was a God who was trying to send a message to people, then he could definitely make sure that the human beings that conveyed that message got it completely right. And that to me is the response that shows that it didn't happen. Because as we find problems...
I'm sorry. I almost said amen.
No, amen's fine. So when we find problems in scripture, something that doesn't seem right, either from a moral standpoint or from a logical standpoint, the common apologetic is, well, that's not critical to the salvation. Anything that's critical to salvation, God made sure they got that right, but there's other stuff that they got a little bit wrong. The problem is that they don't have the ability to demonstrate that there is a God who made sure people got it right. And if there is a God and the message is important, why would he let it get any of it wrong? Why would, like, if I'm a perfect being and I have a message for humanity, it should be trivially easy for me to convey that message to the world. I shouldn't need somebody to write it down for me. I should be able to just say it to the world. But even if I had somebody write it down for me, I would be like, no, that's not quite right. No, that's not quite right. Oh, no, definitely. I don't want you to own people as property. Oh, no, no. Let's make, men and women equal. They're both allowed to own property. Why are you writing this down? And that stuff clearly didn't happen. Oh, well, no. Bats aren't birds. I know you wrote down bats are birds, but that's, and nobody cares whether or not bats are birds isn't part of salvation. And they're flying things, so they're kind of like birds in some sense. And the Jewish word for it's really not that descriptive. But God could have been so much more clear. So on the front of a hell that is used for fear-based belief,
yes,
how can you or anyone tell which hell you should try to avoid, which heaven you should try to seek, and what the criteria is for getting the right one? I don't know what any of that criteria is. And all I see is a bunch of people in a bunch of different religions telling me they got it right, and nobody can demonstrate that they got it right. So if there's a God and a hell, would it be better to say, I don't know which God there is, I don't know if there's a hell, and I don't know what to do to avoid being sent to that hell? And then when you die, at least that God knows that you were honest and that you cared, and that the only reason you didn't pick that God and follow that God is because that God failed to provide a reason, a justification for thinking it was the right one.
That was another thing that I kind of prescribe to. If I'm going to believe in a God, who am I to say that any other religion is wrong? Because if they base it on their belief that their faith is right, then I'm not an authority to say that they are wrong about how their beliefs are, like Judaism or Hindu or a Muslim. But I've seen you debate ones that say, "Oh no, they're wrong," and then when they want to argue with you about there's nothing that's it's a patriarch, like you did with that one person the other night that I saw. It was an older episode, I guess, but it clearly is a patriarchal Bible, and it is belittling to women, and with slavery, and with all of that. So I just, the primary thing was the fear, and that has cleared up or helped me with that. And I'm also a gay man, so I have that battle up front to contend with in my own personal demon.
Well, I will say,
or not demon,
that,
whatever.
I will say that while I have plenty of objections to a lot of different varieties of religion and Christianity, and I think the gay-friendly churches are the most ridiculously anti-biblical churches in existence, they're still probably better people and better communities, because they've thrown out the parts of the Bible that are most problematic. And the only thing I can say to them is, why haven't you thrown out the rest? Why can't you just have like hey, we're a gay community center. Everybody show up on Sunday. We'll have a good time. We'll talk. We'll present a thing, something. We'll be a Unitarian Universalist type church where somebody gets to present some sort of science finding. We all get together, because the God stuff, the supernatural stuff, none of us have any way to demonstrate it. So why spend time on it? If this is the only life I'm going to get. Yeah.
Why are they placating? It seems they're placating to wanting to be included in the Christian philosophy by saying we're going to be a Christian, but a gay Christian church. So I agree with you on that completely.
Yep. Jimmy, I don't know, how did you deal with fears? Are you there? You're muted.
I'm here.
Somehow or another, Jimmy got muted again.
Okay. It wasn't Josephus?
Okay.
This is the mute.
No,
this is the mute show, because I'm using the mute button left and right, but I don't have a mute button for Jimmy. So I didn't do that.
I
assume everyone can hear me now, right?
Yes, I hear you now.
Yes.
Okay.
Josephus is calling back on you through the phone.
Could be. So the reason is that we did a bunch of stuff backstage so I could fill in for Jim if things messed up, and that ended up meaning our system is not the normal. It's arranged differently than it would, and so things fuckery is.
Usually it's fine.
Brian, I would actually tell you the last thing you asked is actually what makes it understandable. The when you say why are they placating, that's literally what they're doing. And the answer to that question is, for a lot of people, and I understand this well because it was something I faced too, there's a lot of people who, as they're exploring their queer sexuality, the thing that keeps their family in their life is the fact that at least they still have that, well, you know, my grandson's going to be gay, but at least he's a gay Christian. Now listen, I obviously, that wasn't good enough for me. That wasn't worth it for me. It wasn't worth placating my parents in any of the ways I would have to keep my parents in my life, because it took away too much. And I think there are a lot of people who are probably in that same situation, just can't see their way through it. But the placation, I would actually say, is the understandable part, that you don't want to lose your community. You don't want to lose your family. You don't want to use, it's just like why so many Mormons, when they leave the church, stay conservative, and then maybe they go libertarian. They stay often ex-Mormons have a big problem with, at least the men at first, being very still anti-queer, anti-trans, and then going in with this like very libertarian. I'm so mad that I fell for a cult before that I don't want to have any type of ideology you could mistake for religious. And so ex-Mormons, and I've actually noticed ex-Muslims, we kind of have this in common, our two communities. Often, the male portion of them are often very toxic, at least at first. But I will tell you, you solved a problem for me, because I have been thinking about, Brian, writing a book and doing a YouTube series with the Line Network, with all the collaborators we've had, And your question
Please
actually made me think of what the series is going to be called. And the series is going to be called A Beginner's Guide to Religious Deconstruction. And that will be a thing that we're going to, we have lots of projects that is in pre-production right now, but that'll be a thing you can look forward to, though. By the time, you probably will have made a lot of progress by the time the book comes out. Well, it wouldn't be for at least a year, but the YouTube version probably be this fall. Starting.
Yes, and if I ever had any criticism, which would the only criticism I would have of this Your Whole On the Line and all the other shows that I haven't dipped into, like the gum chewing one and the other shows as much as this, is that there hasn't been that. So I would greatly appreciate something that does bring it down to a layman's understanding, someone that's very basic from, they started, and I'm not trying to say it's indoctrination, but they indoctrinated me from the age of 7. I still, to this day, remember June 11th of 1977 being baptized. And the name of the woman that did it through the church. So I guess I'm going to need something that kind of takes me back to a basic level. And what you're talking about, a video in that capacity of a very basic deconstruction knowledge base, that would be very helpful. And I will be on the doorstep of watching those along with the rest of them, because I love the debates, especially you, Matt. You're just damn entertaining. I mean, when you go at these people and they're like trying to run circle arguments, and you, Jimmy, when y'all pop off and Forrest with the evolution, oh God, or excuse me, just it's so entertaining but educational, and I love it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Brian. I also want to make sure that I don't forget. Look into recoveringfromreligion.org. There's people there you can talk to who have a lot more experience engaging in a variety of different assistance discussions with regard to deconstruction, but they're not going to try to convince you of anything. They're just there to try and be helpful. We're in a strange spot here because, like, right now I've got several people on hold and there's thousands of people watching, and you're trying to manage a show, and it's like, oh, how long do I let Josephus rattle on and say absolutely nothing substantive with his bizarre little, oh, but if you think about it logically, there just has to be a generator for life, but there isn't a generator for the generator. We just get to begin by assuming the generator, and then assuming that the generator is intelligent because, well, that's just logical. And I know all about logic. There's a constant thing where you're trying to figure out how long do you let that go on before you move on, because at some point you're just being rude to everybody who's on hold, including people that have been on hold for an hour while you let somebody blather on that was going to make no progress. But reach out to RFR.
Let me just say I appreciate the time you've spent explaining all of this, and Jimmy and both of you, and I hope that I in any way help maybe some of the callers that might have some of the same questions I have, maybe opening up a dialogue that help the ones that didn't want to call in or have been holding. And I appreciate the other ones that have been on hold while I've been talking and learning from you all. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. Have a good night. Appreciate it. I had something I was getting ready to add to that, and then I forgot. Oh well. We have
become a patron so you can support all these projects that we have in pre-production.
Oh,
patreon.com.
Yeah. Why don't we, after this next call, we'll go ahead and do some announcements, let Jimmy promote some stuff. But this is Al in Missouri, is an atheist pronoun, so him get the host perspective of religion as a Rorschach test.
Yeah,
hey,
more of the Bible. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, the question is kind of like more specifically on how people read the Bible, but I just want to say the caller before, Brian, the way you guys answered his questions and everything, just absolutely fucking amazing. Sorry.
Cool.
But my question is on, like we're over here in Kansas City, we have like the Westboro Baptist Church who are like extreme to the, just all about hatred and judgment. And then we've also got, like gay friendly churches, which as far as churches go, I guess is as good as you get. But they're reading the same book. So does it kind of, in a way, more reflect them than it does the book? It's like,
yes,
okay. That's what I kind of wanted to see. Is like, am I reading more into that, or is that like genuinely seeing something there?
So there are some things, like thou shalt not kill, which you can still discuss and debate because, it clearly doesn't mean don't kill because it tells you to kill. So what it's clearly talking about there is murder, which would be like unjust killing. I think Jimmy's completely frozen. Oh, he's unfrozen.
It was a trick frame. I thought it looked like, I was hoping it looked like I wasn't moving around.
Oh, see, we had enough technical issues. You don't need to invent stuff to fuck with me today.
I had to grab a pencil.
Yeah, it's all good. I was like, oh no, did I lose Jimmy? And I lost Jim and Jimmy all in one day. So Don Baker, my friend and former co-host on another show, used to say that the Bible is the big book of multiple choice. And I've heard other people refer to it as sort of a, like what you're talking about, like a Rorschach test. I think that between Christians, they'd like to pretend that it is straightforward and clear on the points that they have, and straightforward or confusing and ambiguous about the points that they don't share. And so between them, they'll argue, which is why I can look back as a Southern Baptist and look at a gay-friendly church and be like, yeah, that's not biblical. It's certainly biblical for you to love and care about it, but if you're supporting gay marriage and all this stuff, as much as we like to point to Westboro Baptist Church as the awfulest of the awful, what they're advocating what they're advocating though is biblical and is more biblical and more accurate than the gay friendly churches and stuff like that, at least with regard to literalist evangelical blah blah blah. And so what we end up doing, here's the best example I can come up with. You said you're in Kansas City. That's where I'm from. I was born North Kansas City Hospital. I walked down the aisle.
I used to work there.
I walked down the aisle at the age of 5 at Gashland Baptist Church, right there off of North Oak and Berry Road. And when we moved out to Liberty Kearney area. And when we moved, whether we moved there or to St. Louis, we would visit a few churches, and then my mom would pronounce basically, this is the church I like because I think this preacher is the one I think is the most accurate man of God. Mom would listen to the sermons and pray about it. And when the preacher was giving her things that she mostly agreed with, but just a little something that seemed like it might have shown where she'd been slightly wrong, so she felt like she could learn something from this person, then that was the one that was the man of God.
It's an interesting way of picking a church, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like they have the ideas already within them, and then they use the verses they have to sort of justify their belief, and then say, this is our source of our truth. So then they kind of flip it around, where in their mind they appear to be getting the word of God, but they're really just projecting their thoughts back onto it.
It's
okay.
The problem is when you say something like, oh, is religion just a Rorschach test? Because certainly you can look at it like that, but it's not like religion is one thing, or that religion was created to be a Rorschach test or any of that. I mean, anything that is a package of beliefs that is just vague enough that people can massage them to their benefit, that's what they're going to do. And so instead of it being more like a Rorschach test, I think it's a little bit more like like here's the board game instructions, and you can make up your own house rules. So if you like playing this game, but you understand that Monopoly is an incredibly flawed game, as it is, you can come up with a house rule to make Monopoly more pleasing to you, as opposed to, the standard version. And that's what people have done with all different religions. It's, even Muslims have done this, which is why you got, Shia, Sunni, etc.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I appreciate your insight. I won't take up any more time. I know you got more callers and everything, but thank you for, and again, to the previous caller, I hope his deconstruction goes well.
Thanks, Al. Oh my God. I don't know why I yawn like that. Jimmy's an expert at Monopoly, which is why I picked it.
I wasn't listening very good, but I do love Monopoly.
I was pointing out that if you look at Monopoly's rules and come to the understanding that it's a flawed game, you can create your own house rules. And that's kind of what people do with religion. If they see things in the religion that doesn't make that religion as fun, like I won't play Monopoly, but I have different games that I like. But if there was a set of house rules for Monopoly that I liked, I'd play that.
Now, I will say, the biggest problem Monopoly has are the house rules. And maybe there's a metaphor here. But every single person who's like, I don't want to play Monopoly, it takes 8 hours. Not if you don't add house rules. Free parking is free parking. Nothing happens. You don't get all the money from the taxes. It's nothing. And if you would just play the straight up rules, it's about a 2-hour game. Try to resist buying the railroads.
I just try to resist buying an actual Monopoly set. But Brittany in Texas, pronouns of she, her. How you doing, Brittany? You're on with Jimmy and Matt.
I'm great. How are you guys? I'm so excited to talk to you guys.
Well, we'll try not to fuck it up.
It's all downhill from here.
I just want to say thank you for letting me come on. And actually, I believe it was 2 days ago, I actually talked to Mr. Aron and Mr. John, and they helped me a lot. They're really, really sweet and just really amazing. And I just am questioning, Christianity and everything, and really want to deconstruct. The more I look into the Bible and everything and experiences, it just doesn't make sense to me, and I just want to know the truth. And yes.
So did they mention recoveringfromreligion.org?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, that's a friend of mine started that organization. We raised $60,000 for him this year as well, but it's my number one recommendation because, Aron probably did great. John probably did great. Jimmy probably did great. I may or may not do great, but if any of us failed to address the thing that you're most interested in, somebody there at Recovering from Religion, maybe will do it. Since you're looking at it and just saying, hey, I'm kind of dealing with this. It's, I just want the truth, and it's not making sense that this would be the truth. What do you think you're sticking on most right now that we might be able to address? Because I might be able to come up with something, but it may just be time at this point, Brittany.
Yeah, yes, sir. I've been watching a lot of Alex O'Connor, you especially, Mind Shift, and just a lot of stuff. And your story, how you were a Southern Baptist, it interests me a lot to talk to you, and I get your advice and stuff. Just a 10-second, I guess, rundown on my background with religion. I grew up going to a house church up until I was 10 or 11, and then we stopped. And I was just abused by these Christian parents. And my father tried to kill me. He's disgusting, perverted. My brother touched me when I was little. My parents think that it's okay, but me being a homosexual, nothing compares to that. And anyways, I just grew up in a toxic household, but always was told to still believe in God, that he still loves me, even though he puts me through a lot and whatever. It just didn't make sense to me. But anyways, I guess I'm kind of still holding on to, I don't know, I guess some type of hope. I fear death a lot. I think that's what I'm kind of holding on to, I guess, if that makes sense.
First of all, I mean, I'm genuinely sorry to hear I can't even imagine the full scale of the difficulties, just given that quick description. If when you say death's probably the thing you're struggling with, is it more of a fear of hell type of thing, or is it the fear of not existing?
I guess both, but I guess my mind can't comprehend not existing forever, if that makes sense.
Yeah, my favorite quote about that comes supposedly from Mark Twain, and Mark Twain said, supposedly, "I was dead for 1 billion years before I was born, and it never bothered me one bit." And I find that to be oddly comforting. Sorry, somebody's being a dick in chat. It distracted me. I got to quit looking. I should just turn it off. It is. I completely lost my train of thought.
I'd struggle with the fear of death myself, and maybe even a bit more than Matt, based on the discussions we've had in the past. He's made peace with a lot more than I've made peace with so far. And the only thing that kind of gets me closer to that peace, kind of like what he just mentioned, imagining myself before I was born, I was never in a state of concern or worried about the termination. And so I do get a little bit of comfort from the thought of, once I am dead, I will no longer have any angst about it. And I'll no longer have any suffering. I'll no longer have any pain, all of those things. But as far as the fear of death goes, go outside and nudge a cricket. And what you're going to see is the cricket react with a fear of death. Go outside and nudge whatever bugs you want to do. Surprise an animal. And you're going to see them react with something that is evolutionarily in there of protecting themselves from death and harm and things that could lead to an early death or a prompt death. I have stopped trying to be afraid of dying because I don't think I'm going to outdo 4.5 billion years of evolution that built me to not want to die. Now, there seems to be something I've noticed that a lot of people, when they hit different eras in life and they get a little bit older, a lot of people do start to release some of those fears and some of those angst. And that might be a part of evolution too. It may be that we as a species do better if we're very afraid of dying in our younger years and less afraid in our older years. But I've gone from trying to give what I think coming from me is phony advice on how to stop being afraid of death, and started to say, just understand you're supposed to be afraid of death, and then try to live a life knowing that that's the fear. And in therapy, when you talk about that, what they then go with is, well, are you going to have a life that's worth living? Therefore, the fact that the death is going to actually be tragic, or are you going to never do something? So have in your mind what that fear of death could be robbing you from in life, and weigh that out and decide, really, do you want to stop yourself from living a life? This is getting into something deeper than what you asked, but more things that I deal with when I'm in therapy. But I've stopped giving people the advice to look for reasons, like ways to, you should definitely come to terms with that you are going to die, but I have yet to be convinced that you shouldn't be afraid of dying.
Yeah. I like that Brittany pointed out that she can't comprehend not existing. And so I gave the supposed quote from Mark Twain. But that's not what Brittany's actually struggling with, because you can't, it's like, oh, I don't exist. It's more of a fear of loss, a fear of missing out. Christopher Hitchens famously pointed out that it's not like being told the party's over. It's like being told the party's going to keep going, but you have to leave. And that, I mean, I think is probably my favorite thing that Hitchens ever said. And he said a lot of things that are among my favorites. And I was there at the event. This was him standing on stage weeks before he died, with all of us there and talking about it. And so, yeah, there's a certain kind of, it's only over for me. It's not over for the rest of you. The rest of you guys get to keep hanging out. You know, when I die, you know, Arden's still going to be here, and she's going to get to hang out with Jimmy, and she's going to get to breed more snakes, and she's going to get to do, it's, and trust me, there's an age disparity. So the odds are very good, especially since I've had a triple bypass, that I will die long before, I hope I die long before Arden does. But I still won't be looking forward to it. And it's because I am going to stop experiencing the only life that I get to experience. And I like living. I like learning new things. I like discovering things. I like people who piss me off. I like people who don't piss me off. I also can't stand people. So it's really weird. You're in this dichotomous situation where, like I like humanity, but not individual people. And then there's some people that, I genuinely have conflict with, but enjoy having, the conflict and the jousting. There's some really good kind of debate opponents and stuff like that. In your case, Brittany, on the hell front, the question I always ask is, what hell should I be seeking to avoid, or which heaven should I be seeking to get into? Because there's a variety of different bad afterlives proposed and a variety of different good afterlives proposed. Now, even if I knew the right ones, should I be focused, or if I don't know the right ones, should I pick the best heaven, or should I pick to avoid the worst hell? Or should I go for something in the middle? Or should I do the thing that I was talking about with the previous caller, which is just be honest and say, I don't know. And there doesn't appear to be anything I can do about it. Like, I don't know how to find the answer. And I've had this is probably, so this will explain a bunch of frustration on my part. I'm an obsessive learner, and I was raised to believe that there's a God and a heaven and a hell, and that we have the right God to go to the right heaven and avoid the hell that exists. And other people, even other Christians that were in our church, were not sincere believers, or they didn't believe in the right God. They weren't actually saved. Only God knew who was saved. And so it's this constant source of anxiety. It's for some religions, it's, are you good enough? For us, how good you were was irrelevant. You could be the most perfect person that ever existed, and you are still decrepit, sinful garbage that God will not allow without this substitutionary atonement of slaughtering himself to be a sacrifice to himself. And even when it doesn't make sense and it seems gruesome, you had to go with that. And so my entire life, once I realized I didn't have any reason to believe that was actually true, I do these shows because someday I would like for someone to call in and say, hey, here it is. Here is your logically valid argument with premises that you think are sound, that are supported by evidence, that shows exactly what you need to do to get to the best afterlife or avoid the worst afterlife. I don't think it's likely to happen, but that's the source of the frustration. Because you know what they do when they call in? When's the last time anybody called in and even attempted to say, here's what you must do to be saved, and here's how you can know that this is the correct path to salvation. Instead, they want to call in and be like, well, look at the trees. The trees had to have a creator, or there had to be something at the beginning for all of this. Or, if we just start with a creator, science and logic lines up to point out that there needs to be a generator for life, especially if we're living in a hologram. And so, you get this mix of kindergarten theology and internet theology, where they went off and watched some video about a holographic universe and some other video about quantum mechanics, and they fancy themselves an expert on the nature of reality. And so they're going to call in to defend their God, which is an absolutely useless proposition, tells us nothing at all about the truth of reality. That's where my frustration is. Now, with you, Brittany, if you're worried about what it's like to not exist, nothing you can do about it anyway. But if you're worried about winding up in the wrong afterlife, there's nothing you can do about it anyway. Until somebody demonstrates the truth of their claims about an afterlife and shows that there's something you can do about it, it's like, I don't have a solution to the problem of hard solipsism. So when somebody says, how do you prove that you're not living in the Matrix? I can't. I cannot prove that I'm not living in the rough equivalent of Matrix. And until somebody shows up and says, here's the evidence that shows you're living in a Matrix, and here's what you can do to get out of the Matrix, until that happens, I need to keep living my life as if I'm not in the Matrix, as if walking across a busy street means that it's wise for me to look both directions so that I don't get hit by a bus. I can't just bend my body around the bus that's coming or let it pass through me. And so the only tenable position, until somebody presents evidence that there is some other life and what you must in fact do about it, the only tenable position is to say, I don't know, but I do know that I'm experiencing a life and a reality right now. As far as I can tell, it's the only one I'm going to get. But even if it's not, anything after this is a bonus. So I need to live the best life I can right now. And that means that tells me some things about how best to interact with other people to make the world better. And that's enough. My God, it's enough to know that and do some of that work, and then find time to go eat and watch a movie and have sex and see some art and listen to music. You fill those things in between trying to make the world better. And by the time you're dead, you will have lived a laudable, impressive life. And if there's an afterlife afterwards and it's hellish, then whatever God sent you to hell after living this good life is a complete fucking monster.
Yeah. I agree.
But definitely reach out to Recovering from Religion, and don't feel bad about it. Call in occasionally if you get like specific questions or stuff we can help with, but I don't have a lot more thoughts on death right now.
Look out for a beginner's guide to religious deconstruction.
Yes, I heard you mention that earlier, and honestly, that would be so awesome, and I'm very excited for that. And I can't wait for that, honestly.
I'll try to get on it faster. I got to get on lots of projects faster, though. But I'll try.
I have another quick question, if that's okay with you guys.
Sure.
Something that has been like wrestling in my mind a lot. So how would you guys like explain, like, I guess, I don't know, like when people say they do rituals or witchcraft, so they experience Satan or demons, and one thing that scared me a lot growing up was the 23 Minutes in Hell by Bill Weeze, why something like that. Sorry. But yeah, that wrestles in my mind a lot. What I think that it is probably all their beliefs and everything that they grew up with is whatever their experience, I guess, in the near-death experience is their subconscious coming into play. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm sorry. But yeah, I guess that's what I have to say.
So is your question, how do you explain religious experiences?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
No worries. I was just clarifying. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
on stuff like 23 Minutes in Hell, they're scary because, if they're true, you should take it seriously. On the other hand, if they're not true, the person should be ashamed somewhat of spreading information that they could also just sincerely believe and be confused. I'm not saying that they're intentionally creating a lie, but if it's true, it's something we should all know and take seriously. And that's why they produce books like these. But if they're not true, then it's irresponsible to be sharing those and terrifying people. Because I know people, or met with people, I don't know them well, who've been atheists for 20, 30, 40 years and still have nightmares about whatever hell they were indoctrinated into believing. So let's assume for a second, let's just take the Bill Weiss 23 Minutes in Hell.
Okay.
Let's assume that it's accurate. That tells us some stuff about maybe how we should live. But it really doesn't do much of that. I mean, the guy's claiming that he had out-of-body experiences and visions and things. But it's kind of like here's the thing to be afraid of. Maybe not so much clarity on what to do about it. But you also have, in addition to 23 Minutes in Hell, you have somebody else's hellish experience, and it's different, and they probably, or they may have a different way to deal with that. And so even if one of those books about somebody's trip to hell were real, I don't have any way to tell which one's real or what to do about it, because it's just stories right now. And until I have a way to deal with figure out which one's real and what to do about it, I'm in the same position with regard to those books. They might as well be telling me about the monster underneath my bed. Can I prove to you that there's not an invisible monster underneath my bed that's going to come get me some night? No, I can't. And they could keep telling me those stories over and over and over again. And I could live the rest of my life terrified that one of those stories might be true. But I can't do anything about it. And if they're not true, then I have spent the one and only life that I've got sitting around being terrified of something that was never real. I'd rather go to bed happy, not check underneath the bed, and if I fucking get eaten by a monster, oh well. At least every night that I went to bed not giving a shit about the possible monster underneath the bed, those nights were pleasant, even if the last one was awful.
Mm-hmm.
Brittany, I get a lot of comfort when I haven't really been challenged by that in a while, but the things that got me through it was just the idea and just the evaluation of what's more likely, that these people are correct or that they are liars. How many demonstrations of a hell have ever actually been proven to exist? 0. How many people are we sure have lied about hells? More than 0. So it's an infinitely more likely proposition. But also when I consider the idea that, let's say there is some group of them that aren't liars, that they genuinely believe it. Every description of hell you've ever heard was articulated by a human, meaning it came from a human mind. So again, what's more likely, that these articulations that came from a human mind, that the experiences these people have are that they are believing also came from a human mind? If we can articulate it, if we can write 23, whatever it was, hours in hell, or was it hours, minutes, 23 minutes in hell, if we can write Dante's Inferno, if we can come up with these concepts creatively, that in some sort of state of meditation or dreaming, or I had night terrors a lot as a child, so I've had very scary experiences that at one time I would have thought demons had something to do with. What's more likely, that these things we already know human minds can come up with are also being done by human minds, or that that's the way God communicates, and this thing that's never been proven to exist, this God is trying to communicate with its children through this magical dream state that doesn't even escape the realm of human creativity. I would honestly say it's not more compelling as in I'd be more prone to believe it, but I would find it more compelling for a person to say, I had an experience with hell and I wish I could explain it to you, but in my current human body, I can't articulate or even understand the experience. Now that I've said that out loud, somebody will call in the future and pretend that that's their experience, but that would at least make more sense to me than like, and here are the 7 layers that made up the cake that was my hell. Anyway, that's all I have for you on that. I hope I even was on the right topic. I think I was.
Thank you guys so much for your input and for answering my question. I really appreciate it. I guess just one last thing. I guess one little question. I guess life advice, if that's okay with you guys.
Real quick, because I got 2 other calls to get to and we're running along.
So, given how abusive my parents were and everything, they pretty much neglected me and never taught me the importance of education. So basically I graduated high school with a 1.1. I was never in school. I was in the streets. I grew up in the project, Section 8, a bunch of ghetto people, whatever, all that stuff. So now I'm going to school and everything, and I'm getting my education, and this is my only way out. Is there any advice that you guys have for me? Because you guys are very intelligent men, as far as like retaining information or anything of the sort.
I hated school. I only retain information that I'm actually passionate about. So you'd have to, for me to give you advice, you would have to have my mind, and I can tell you the way my mind will retain information. This is one of those topics I'm bad at giving advice on, but maybe Matt isn't. I don't know.
No, yeah, it's one where I'm bad too. As far as like, I'm similar to Jimmy in the sense that I retain the information that I want to retain and focus on. There are some memory tricks, stuff that I've done at different times, but I never spent like trying to memorize an entire deck of cards. There's a number of different ways to do that. Things like a memory palace have worked really well for me to do it, but I didn't put the time into it to actually make it worthwhile. I'm so busy focused on the things that I need to focus on that the things that I need to retain for what I do here, I do. I don't know how to tell somebody else to do it, but what I will say is keep doing what you're doing, keep trying to educate yourself, and focus on the things you care the most about, and focus on healing yourself and giving yourself permission to look back at what has happened to you and realize that while it helped make you who you are, this is stuff that was done to you that isn't your fault, that you're not responsible for, and you can, with the help of a proper therapist and not some jackass like me that's just blathering on, heal and get better. And I think you'll find the things that you're most passionate about. I don't think you'll have that much difficulty retaining the things that you're passionate about.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Have a good night, Brittany.
Much love. And you as well. Thank you so much.
Take care. All right. We have 3 calls left.
I was good at cheating in college, but I didn't think that would be good advice.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay, we'll try. I got 3 calls, and you don't even know which one I was saying oh my to. But Michael's calling from New York. Pronouns are he, him. Matt said recently, we're living in a time where half the people in the country think things that are demonstrably the opposite of the truth. We're all personally affected by this problem. How do we solve this is Michael's question. Hey, Michael, how are you?
Hello, good to talk to you, Matt, and also unscheduled Jimmy. And I don't have any grand illusions that you have a cure-all magic wand answer here. But since you said that a couple weeks ago, I sort of did some reflecting, and I realized that most of the sources of strife in my life are somehow related to this concept. So if there's something I can be doing or we can be doing as a society, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
I think we're doing it.
Yeah, you're doing it. It's great. You know, I'm supporting, man. You guys are obviously.
I don't mean us, Matt and I think society is doing. I don't know that it's going to go any faster than it's going. I think the amount of representatives and the appeal of not being a Christian nationalist is as far on display as it's probably going to be, and that it's just a matter of time. And that I very much hope. Andrew Seidel years ago called it the death throes of Christian nationalism. I'm hoping that how bad it seems now is actually a sign that it's almost over. But I'm sure that that's what several generations before me hoped about their world. I don't know.
Yeah, it feels good to say, oh, this is just, the last dying gasps of the terrible monster. But, although it makes me feel good to think that, I'm not sure it's true. And I mean, the fact that you seem to think we're moving in the right direction is reassuring. I'm not sure that I'm convinced of that, though.
I think that there is a coalition of people that is growing and that you would understand that to be the correct direction. However, I'm also not convinced that the growth of that coalition of people is undefeatable and that some horrible thing won't stop it. Like when you listen to much smarter people than me talk about the possibility that the reason we see no aliens out is that once you get sufficiently advanced, you're destined for self-elimination as a species. That's a hypothesis. I'm not saying I believe that that's happened, but it's certainly something that can make you feel like shit at night.
Yeah, it seems, even not just in the political societal aspects, but it seems like we just don't value truth very much anymore. And you can watch a 7-minute YouTube video on something that I went to college for, and then people think they know it. And, I had a lot of damage done in my personal life based on somebody that made something up about me, and it wasn't true, and there was no evidence for it, and no one cared to check. And that's the thing that I'm really alarmed by, You
must be a YouTuber.
I'm not, actually.
I'm just kidding. It's just happened. It happens to a lot of us. So not everyone values truth. Virtually everyone values feeling like they are correct, that they have the truth. It's tough. It's definitely tough. But we have to, so the alignment that we need, that's at least something to work with. The alignment that we need is, if you value feeling correct, you should also have the value of feeling correct because you're actually correct. That would be the thing to do.
It's really easy.
I'm sorry, Matt, go ahead.
No, it's really easy for me to just say the internet was a mistake. In the long run, I hope that it won't be, but in the short run, it was, because we did not prepare, and how could we? We did not prepare society for the technological leap and the the access in the leap in access to information. And so while we have more access to better information than we've ever had in the history of the world, we also have more bad information and misinformation also easily available than we've ever had in the history of the world. And if people don't have the tools to be able to tell the difference, I love hate this. Jordan Klepper from Daily Show, Comedy Central. He goes out to Trump rallies, and he's got a particular style. Anybody who's seen it knows his style. He just stands there and talks to them and seems agreeable and just instantly twists and shows the absurdity of what they're actually saying over and over and over again. But I saw a meme today. I don't know if it's true. It just flashed across my screen, and I was like, I'm not going to spend any time researching this. I saw a meme about Taylor Swift supposedly endorsing Kamala Harris in a hidden message in a tweet, and I was like, that's not a thing. Like, I don't believe that. And some investigation showed it was possible. Then I saw a thing where evidently Roseanne said that McDonald's is selling burgers with fetus meat, and she said this supposedly in an interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now,
it's not even the craziest.
I don't know if that actually happened. Somebody in chat can be like, "Oh, I saw it," whatever. I might look it up at some point. But evidently, Roseanne said something to the effect of McDonald's is selling burgers with fetus meat in it. I don't know how to fix that. When what they do is say, when you present data and facts and an argument and you show that this is wrong, and they just, I'm going to reject your sources. I'm going to reject reality. I'm going to direct. There's a conspiracy amongst the scientists. There's a conspiracy from the government. Everything is a conspiracy of misinformation. And if you try to show them, which is my natural instinct, if the conspiracy that you think existed, how else would that change the world? And it doesn't make those things, then that's an argumentum that's reductio ad absurdum to show that your assumption about a conspiracy theory is wrong. Apart from not giving up. I mean, that's the only thing I can advocate is don't give up. We're going to go through an incredibly rough patch as we train a new generation, not only how to tell the difference between websites that are giving you accurate information and websites that are giving you parodies and lies, but we're going to have to do better training in how to spot AI. Right now, there are YouTube channels that are producing content that's getting hundreds of thousands of views on a regular basis, where no person wrote the script. So the script is AI written. The script is AI read. The clips picked to put in there are stock footage and pieced there into this thing. And so and sometimes they're great. Here's a 15-minute educational video on this, and it's a pleasant voice, and it goes through, and the only way I can tell is how they mispronounce some things. We'll be sitting there, Arden and I will be in the living room, and this video's on, and all of a sudden somebody will mispronounce something in the dumbest possible way, and I'll just look at Arden and I'll be like, honey, we found another AI reading a script.
Goddamn robots.
I think
I don't know.
It's concerning to me, though, that, these photos come out that people pass around and we look and we go, well, that's obviously fake. That's obviously AI, but it's getting better. It's getting harder and harder to tell. And some of the best AI experts don't bat 1,000 on telling if it's real or not. And I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about, YouTube and Reddit and the way that we sort of vote the things that we think are true to the top. But the thing that's popular doesn't mean that it's true. It just means that a lot of people thumbs it up or whatever. And that's not how truth works. So, yeah, I mean, the models that we've sort of created don't seem to really be set up in any way that, is designed to be vetted or substantiated or anything like that. And, as both for personal reasons and because my job is really technical in nature, I'm very concerned about that. And it's a big source of stress for me.
It's a big story. Like,
yeah,
you have no idea how stressed I am regularly. I feel like I'm going to cry. They said that would happen a lot more often after my heart surgery, and it does, but it hasn't happened in the show. In the last couple of weeks, things have been mostly good, but a couple things bad. Some people that I otherwise get along with are trying to spin things. This is why I started the show with, I said, don't support conspiracy theories, don't celebrate violence, tell the truth, don't exaggerate, don't make claims you can't defend. Which of those 5 things is a problem? I genuinely don't understand. There are people who are pissed at me. There was one trans person who came after me on Twitter, who I was like, okay, you can call in tonight and explain which of those things you reject and why you think that's, me, I don't know, being a fascist or supporting fascism or something like that. And I offered them the chance, and the response was, yeah, right. Like, I'm going to join in on your fucking circus, you dumb, decrepit piece of shit. Violence against my oppressors is great, actually, because they're the ones who murdered trans people before their bestest boy got a paper cut. And so it became very clear the one thing on there that they most wanted to focus on, that was when I said don't celebrate violence. And on the one hand, I don't care if they're a trash person or a trash bot or whatever else. The thing that they're actually advocating for is violence. And my knee-jerk reaction is to be like, well, I'm a better person than you. I'm a better thinker than you. I'm a better skeptic, a better humanist, and a better ally, because what you're advocating is actually just more fucking violence. And all of that could be true. Never is it wise to use that as the response. But what struck me is this is just a person that has been rubbed so raw. Hang on. Yes, dear. I'm live on the show. It's only 8:43. It's hang up night.
And it's Jimmy.
I thought it was important. I'll call you back when I'm done. We all love you and miss you.
I probably miss you the most.
Yeah, when she sees the timing on that, when she sees the timing on that, she'll feel bad, but she shouldn't. You shouldn't feel bad. Let me sum this up. That person has been rubbed so raw by what's been done to them that they can't see straight. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, advocating and celebrating violence feels justified. Now, they want to dismiss my position as privilege because I'm advocating for truth and honesty. And I don't think that truth and honesty are privilege. But if I take the buckets of privilege that I have and use them in an honest and truthful way to try to make sure that person's rights are defended, no matter what I think about them advocating for violence, it's better that I not engage with them and let them think I'm completely shitty and actually try to keep working on some progress toward the thing. I could do my partner's trans, so this all affects her and me. And by the way, there's 3 other trans women that I talked to who all agreed with this and everything else. So you're just like the lone, crazy, angry trans nut who's going to advocate. None of that does a thing. It's all true. Mm-hmm. And that's why I was so frustrated. I'm sitting here saying I'm advocating for something that's true and honest and to not celebrate violence. Which part do you disagree with? And what I got back from this one person is the violence. I don't know which one they could have objected to that would have actually terrified me, but that one just makes me sad. Because that means someone has been beaten down to the point where the only thing they care about is lashing back out. We have to do a better job of making this world better and safer for all of us. And when I'm talking or Jimmy's talking about strategy, about if you make claims about somebody's intention that you can't show, you could be right. I think Project 2025 is an abomination that may well lead to trans people in concentration camps or the rough equivalent of that. But that doesn't mean that we can justify that as a claim or hyperbole. And we certainly can't say they said they want, or Trump said he wants my friends in concentration camps. That's literally not true. And so when I dismiss it as hyperbole, what should have happened or what I expected to happen, somebody say, yeah, it's hyperbole, but that's the way it's going. And I've been like, yeah, that may be the eventual end, but I'm sitting here trying to play chess. And the one objection that I often get from the other side, well, not from the other side, from the left, is that the right doesn't care about truth and honesty. So why should we? The right's okay with violence, so are we. The right want to be Nazis, let's punch them. And an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. And the paradox of tolerance, which somebody raised, which doesn't have anything specifically to do this, was raised as an issue. It does come into play a little bit, which is I'm for tolerance, but not tolerance of intolerance and hate. It's like I'm already quoting our next vice president. Tim Walz, they focused a lot in several messages from him on compromise because he's good at reaching across the aisle. He's good with connecting with Democrats and Republicans, and he's successfully engaged in legislation that some people thought wasn't likely to happen. And the thing he said is he learned how to compromise without compromising his values. That phrase is something that we should all take to heart, because I'm never going to compromise my values. I'm not going to say, yes, go ahead, lie. If it gets us the win, if it makes sure that Trump doesn't get elected, it's okay to lie, because slippery slope. Is it okay to cheat? Is it okay to rig an election? Is it okay to stage a violent overthrow? What makes what we're okay with doing not lead to the exact things that they've already done? They tried to stage a coup, an insurrection. He tried to get his vice president essentially killed for not standing up and just throwing out the Constitution in order to maintain the election. I know I'm far afield from where the question started, but I think everybody needs to learn how to compromise without compromising their values.
Yeah, I mean, you're voicing a lot of the things that I'm struggling with, which is, I'm like, how the hell are you allowed to run again after you tried to? You shouldn't be allowed to have another shot. You know, I think that when you look at an online news article about someone who's been arrested, not convicted, arrested for something that's socially very unacceptable, like let's say a sex crime or a murder, the comments are filled with people going, you know, things like, well, I think the death penalty should be, you know, I don't think we should have it, but, you know, this guy, I'll make an exception. And it's like, when your emotions are strong enough, the laws aren't important anymore. And I'm like, no, that's the opposite. Yeah. Like, that's when the laws matter most. I find that very upsetting, you know?
This is vigilante justice. This is why we don't allow it.
Yeah.
My thing too, though, is there's zero pragmatism to it all. I can become quite cynical and I can start to wish some pretty dark things. But at the end of the day, as soon as the other side believes we're ready for full-on violence, we're not going to win. A violent altercation, unless we had the government on our side, which we don't in a lot of ways, we can't. If it's literally just the humanists and the leftists against the right, we're not winning that one. We're dying. It's just not pragmatic from the onset, even if you wish. Not to say that if we had more power, then it would become moral. I'm just saying.
Well, it also doesn't establish who is correct. Like, fighting has no bearing on whose argument was correct or factual.
Yeah.
Right.
Michael, I appreciate the call.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
I took it to a heavy place. I'm kind of overwhelmed at the moment, but I want to make sure we get
I
to
appreciate the
last two callers.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you, sir. I want to get to two more callers here real quick before we get to super chats for the evening. I'm not going to start the call just yet. Ty, we'll get to you in just a minute. Jimmy, you had some announcement-y, promotionally, hey, let's do, I don't know, subscribe, become a patron, all that stuff that you were going to, before you just
I'm
said
mostly just hand fidgeting. I feel like shit, and distracting my hands have been, it's one of the things that I do. Yeah.
Me too.
Go to patreon.com/calltheline. You got a deck of cards also?
Yeah, there's always a deck of cards around. Yeah.
Let's blow their minds.
What's up?
Bicycle brand. That's the good one. Did you all know that Bicycle has, the reason why we all like Bicycle is that they're consistent. They always, they have the right feel, they have the right everything. But here's the more important thing. Y'all have been watching me shuffle over here for the last half hour. I think it's been. I want to know, how many cards in a row can I predict from the top of Matt's deck and you'll become a patron? Patreon.com/calltheline. How many in a row can I predict and you'll join the patron, patreon.com/calltheline.
I'd say 1 in a row should get a patron. I mean, there's 52 cards, a 1 in 52. Like,
I'll even make it even more fair. I won't actually say what I think it is. I will just present whatever the next card is. And if I can get 3 in a row, you have to become a patron.
Well, before let's see if you can get the first one right. Actually, no. Was it Ace of Diamonds that you did? No. Okay.
No. Shit.
Okay.
All right.
So we'll just go. No, we'll just go.
Mix this up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Boom.
All right. This is the one that matters.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Oh wow.
Okay.
That's one.
Okay.
Well,
all right. We gotta get at least
3 in a
one
row.
patron.
You can't get 3 in a row.
Okay. Yeah. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Holy crap! 2. He got 2 in a row. Can you do 3? What? What about number 4? Just do you go 4? This is CGI. This is some AI bullshit.
Okay, Matt. Okay, let's make it fair. Please take off your glasses.
Oh, yeah. You can see
come on.
Even with the reflection, you couldn't like.
I'm fast. I'm
so
fast.
Just take that one. We'll just skip that one entirely. This way, there's no reflection. You can't see anything. There's no way you can do any manipulation of it. Go ahead. Show me. You first. What? This is some bullshit. Okay, I'm done.
All right,
whatever.
Matt, we got to really be fair. Grow some hair. I'm just kidding.
It's a strong reflection on there. Yeah, it was a bit of fun to get you guys to subscribe, join the patron, put in some super chats, do all that stuff there, because we get demonetized a lot, and we both have all kinds of fun doing this stuff, but it's also important, and it's also a lot of stress.
Yeah, and if you all we do a podcast over there. I'm trying to get back into doing it as often as I've wanted, but usually at least a few a month, where I randomly call one of the people who work here or a fellow YouTuber and do a little interview that has some questions that are very fun. They've been they've been some of the most fun stuff I've done on this For the Line ever. So patreon.com/calltheline, and there you all go. Go back and watch. See if you can figure out how I did the trick.
We got 2 callers left, but I want to make sure we get this one first. Thanks so much for your patience waiting. Ty in Minnesota, pronouns are him, is calling in with the truth and believes they can defend their faith, but not necessarily from a scientific perspective. Hey, Ty, you're on with Matt and Jimmy. What perspective would you demonstrate the truth of a God?
Well, good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. I just came here to defend the faith. I was following essentially the prompt that you left in the chat. So, so I'm willing to call the show if you're a believer here, and there's only 3% of people in the chat.
Yeah.
Where do you want to take the conversation?
Which God are you advocating for, and what do you think your method of demonstrating that it exists is?
Oh, okay. I'm a Trinitarian. Catholic.
Yeah.
God of the Bible.
So how would you demonstrate? How would you defend that the God of the Bible that you believe in is real?
Well, I guess first I would have to know where the breakdown is here with you, Matt. Where the hang-up is.
I don't understand what you mean by the breakdown. You said that you have a God that you believe in, and I'm asking you how you can demonstrate that it's real. I'm irrelevant to that.
Even if he wasn't, each individual caller who calls in, and Ty, I'm sharing this in the hopes that it gets on track. You have to understand that we do calls like this, hundreds of them a month. Whatever, you might be Todd the Trinitarian calls in, and he has different reasons that we disagree with than you. So since we are evaluating your claim, it's going to need to be, we won't know where our breakdown with you is until you tell us what your beliefs are.
Oh, I don't have a breakdown. So it's not with me. I'm more curious to know, like, is it you guys with the Bible, or would it be like my own personal testimony? Because I can go into several things. I've had a near-death experience.
We want to know why you believe how you can prove that it is true. That's what Matt's asked, I think, twice now.
There's one thing about why do you believe, then there's a separate thing of why do you think other people should believe. The second one is more important, and that all that requires is for you to demonstrate that a reason why we should believe it.
Okay, I've had a near-death experience, sir. That's my strongest testimony, my personal testimony.
If I had a near-death experience, would that be convincing to you? If I had the experience,
I suppose, yeah, it does carry weight with me.
Okay,
but I can
so somebody out there
on the outside,
somebody out there has had a near-death experience and they believe in a different God than you, right?
Okay.
So you've had a near-death experience that convinced you of your God. Somebody else had a near-death experience that convinced them of their God. How can I, as an outside party, tell which of you, if either of you, is correct?
Well, I suppose you'd have to compare the testimonies of those people.
To what?
To any factual basis. I mean, miracles associated.
So you've had an experience. You've had an experience that you're calling a near-death experience, and how can I compare your experience? What facts can I evaluate to determine that your experience is actually real?
Was there a miraculous healing, for example?
I don't know. I don't know what a miraculous healing necessarily is, but let's assume for a second that a miraculous healing has occurred. Is that evidence that any God or a particular God did that healing?
Yeah, I would say so.
No, it's not. It's not. If I'm sick and I get better and science doesn't have an explanation for it, that doesn't mean I'm justified in thinking that Jesus did it or Allah did it or anybody did. I have no
justification. Can you say it's not miraculous?
Why are you interrupting me?
Miraculous?
Why are you interrupting me?
Well, you're spinning in circles here. I'm sorry.
I'm not spinning in circles. I'm pointing out that your assertion that the fact that that somebody experienced a healing that science can't explain or doesn't explain, that fact alone does not establish that a God did it. If we don't know how it's done, then the answer is, I don't know, not it was God.
Matt, I'm not trying to assert anything, sir. I'm not trying to assert anything.
Then why? No. Hang on. I'm going to mute you for a second. I'm going to unmute you. What does the word assert mean?
What does the word assert mean?
Yes.
It means to think you're right.
It says here on the call screener things, first of all, that's not what it means, but the call screener says that you're calling in with the truth and you believe you can defend your faith. And then we've asked you repeatedly how you can do that. And then you went to a near-death experience and then a miraculous healing. And when I asked if a miraculous healing would be sufficient to confirm that a God exists, you said yes, but that's not true. And so you asserted that the miraculous healing would be sufficient confirmation of a God. That's what the assertion was.
Am I still talking?
I can hear you now when you asked if you're still talking.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know if we were having a conversation. I'm sorry, I heard a beep. I thought you might have cut me off and hung up on me here.
So, how do you demonstrate that your experience, whether it's okay, let's just assume that Jimmy experiences a miracle healing tonight and all of his medical problems that he's dealt with go away tonight, what argument can we make to show that his miracle healing is tied to your God?
Well, was he making any prayers for this healing? Was he asking other people to pray for him? Did he visit a holy site? Was he in contact with any third-class relatives?
Why does that make a difference? Why does that make a difference?
What if he had
20 people?
Well, now you're cutting me off.
Oh my God. What if he had 20 people praying for him from 3 different religions and one of them was you? How do we prove that it's your God that did the miracle healing?
Well, that's a very hypothetical situation.
Yeah, that's why you should answer the question, since you're the one that called in saying you could demonstrate that your God exists.
Well, Matt, the problem.
Actually,
Matt,
Ty,
the problem with this is
Ty, I can make it non-hypothetical. Stop, because you're trying to be manipulative.
Let me answer your question.
Ty.
No, let me answer your question.
No,
because
you're going to answer.
Church,
Ty, you're just.
No,
I've
muted you now, Ty, because you're not going to talk over the guy that owns the fucking channel. That's the dumbest thing you could have done.
Ty, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to take your thing because you said that's a hypothetical, and I'm going to make it not a hypothetical because you could watch the history of this show. Mormons have called in and claimed to have near-death experiences and miraculous healings. Muslims have called in and have given examples of their near-death experiences and their miraculous healings. Many types of Muslims, many types of Christians, not just Trinitarian Christians, believe for the same reason as you, near-death experiences and miracle healings that they attest to. Ty, how can all of you be correct and say that that is a valid reason to believe if you have contradictory gods that cannot simultaneously exist? Total non-hypothetical.
Okay. It could all be coming from the same source. Regardless if they're all praying to 3 different gods. It could all still be coming from...
Ty, we know they could all be coming... we know, Ty, we know that they could all be coming from the same source. The question is, how do you identify that they are coming from a particular source?
Well, I'm not familiar with how the other religions would go about verifying
you don't have to be Ty, are you able to actually answer the question, or are you just going to keep pointing out irrelevancies? We're trying to figure out how to determine what the source of a miraculous healing was. How do we do that?
Okay. I can say that the church has a way of going about verifying a miracle. There's 3 criteria that the church will use to verify a miracle via the Catholic Church now. And that's why I say I can't speak via the churches, and if they operate.
Jesus Christ, Ty, can you stop dodging and actually tell us how to tell what the source of the miracle was? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah.
Then do it. Stop telling me you don't know about other religions. I'm not talking to people of other religions. I'm talking to you, Ty. You think that you have figured out what the source of miracles are. How the fuck did you do it? And how can we do it? Why are you dodging the question? Answer it.
Why are you so upset? Why are you so upset, man?
Okay, I'm going to mute you. And I'm going to explain why I'm so upset. Because unlike you, Ty, I actually give a fuck. I genuinely care about this conversation and the answers. And also, unlike you, Ty, I understand logical fallacies and sound epistemology. When I ask, how do we know that X is true? And you spend all of your time dancing around, oh, I don't know about this. Well, I don't know about that. Well, I don't know about this. Well, you're the one who believes something and has called into a show to say you can defend it. How dare you fucking ask why I'm irritated that you're wasting my motherfucking time by not actually demonstrating the thing that you called us to demonstrate. I'm going to unmute you now. And what I'd like for you to say is, here's how I can demonstrate the source of a miracle, and then present the criteria to demonstrate what the source of the miracle is. You're unmuted. Go.
Well, there's plenty of there's Eucharistic miracles.
Okay. I'm going to mute you again. Listen to me very carefully. When I unmute you, I would like for you to say, here's how I can identify the source of a miracle, and then present how you can identify the source of a miracle. You're unmuted. Well, now you're not. Sorry. The button didn't click.
Oh,
you're unmuted.
Okay, Matt. I believe the way we identify the source of a miracle within the Catholic Church is there's 3 criteria that it's assessed on. And they take people from the secular community and people from the religious community to assess any given miracle. So as far as these 3 criteria go, it depends on the miracle that was performed. If we're talking with the Eucharistic miracle, it would involve doing blood tests on any precious blood that supposedly actually turned into the blood, or taking samples of the Eucharist.
Goodbye, Ty. I'm hanging up on you now,
I have one
Ty.
question for him.
Okay.
I have one for him.
Well,
hey, Ty. When did the Catholic Church verify your miracle healing?
I haven't gotten it verified.
Oh, so Ty, the actual thing that you're trying to present as the evidence for a miracle has not actually been used for the miracle that you've said is the reason why you know God exists.
Well, these things are very expensive to perform properly. That's what I'm trying to get.
Fuck off, Ty.
Oh,
fuck off, Ty.
The Catholic
You're a
Church
liar.
charges
you're not
you?
sincere.
Well, do you want?
You are not able to have this
information?
conversation. No, Ty, you're not going to get to speak anymore on this show. I've muted you. See, unlike you, Ty, I give a shit, and I know how to be honest, and you don't know how to be honest, which is why even when I forced you into a corner, all you said was, they have 3 criteria. You know what would have been nice? If you'd have listed the 3 criteria. Then I could have at least pointed out, Jimmy was brilliantly pointing out that the Catholic Church didn't verify your miracle or your near death or anything else. So you're already presenting a method for verifying a miracle that doesn't apply to you or your thoughts or your situation or anything else. But you didn't even present the criteria. You just went, well, the church has a way of going about it. They have 3 criteria within the Catholic Church. They take people from the secular community and the religious community, and they look at those 3 criteria. You know what a methodology is? A methodology is not saying, oh, here's my methodology for telling whether or not vaccines are strongly associated with autism. I have 3 criteria. These 3 criteria are part of the scientific research that we end up doing. And so we bring in people from the scientific community and we bring in people from the religious community to evaluate those 3 criteria. I'm going to tell you again about the 3 criteria without actually saying the 3 criteria. You are dishonest as fuck, Ty. Go away. All right. Final guest for the show tonight. Annie, colleague from Georgia. Pronouns are she, her. Annie wants advice on how to get involved as an online creator in the atheist community. I can answer that in one word. Don't.
I bet it's the same word as mine. Yep.
I'm just kidding, though, Annie.
I'm not. Before we get started, Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay,
Annie?
Unexpected. Yes, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay. Good.
Hi, guys. It's nice to speak to you. Yeah, I know y'all kind of talked about this already, and the comments are like, don't get involved. Like, it seems like it's a lot of stress for y'all too.
If you ask me what good practices are for getting started, I will answer honestly. But every person who has come to me with genuine advice in the last 2 years, who have asked me how to get started, I have spent more time telling them why they want to consider it before they start, and I have discouraged people from starting. It's a sad, sad life. I don't enjoy being I enjoy being a creator. I don't enjoy being a public figure. And I've been doing things to change the nature of my public figuredom and my involvement to be more behind the scenes. And soon launching Jimmy Snow Has a Podcast, as well as potentially other podcast things, which I like a lot, the idea of not featuring my face so much. I feel like nobody has tricked this episode into thinking I feel well today, for example. I think everybody's picked up on it.
I don't have good recommendations because I don't think that I just do what I do. And it's just happenstance that I'm able to come on and do some live shows and entertain and educate some people, I hope. And through their generosity, I'm able to pay my mortgage, my bills, and my healthcare. And but for a lot of years, I worked a regular software job and spent all of my money and all my life savings and all of my vacation time doing this for free. And I think that's probably the only reason that I can do it as a living now. Set aside the whole, can you make money off this thing entirely? My best recommendation, because I don't know how to create a channel, like I still haven't made a penny off my personal YouTube channel. We're working on getting a problem sorted out with regard to the tax paperwork and Google, but there's money there, and I'll find a way to get it eventually. But find the thing that you're most passionate about, the thing that you would do for free, even if nobody watched, and do that. Because I would do this even if nobody was watching.
Early on as a creator, a lot of growth is dependent on collaboration, and you need to listen to yourself when you are. Don't ignore red flags, because that's probably the number one thing. You are entering into a community that unfortunately has a lot of people who aren't here for the right reasons, who see a movement they wish to take over, and will even say shitty things like, these old people need to get out of my way so I can do what I need to do here. And these are past friends of mine. I'm not going to call out any individual name, but
that guy. What a douche.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Don't ignore, don't go like, man, I need to collaborate. If you are going to collaborate with a wide berth of people, be still much more selective on who you let into an inner circle. My closest friends are creators, but that is after years of filtering and finding out that letting everybody in was a terrible idea. And I ended up being friends with a lot of shitty fucking people who I saw red flags of early on, but you're in this thing and you're like, collaboration is collaboration, new audience is new audience. And I would say that your approach to who you collaborate with and maintaining your values, even if a creator has a larger platform than you, and you would be excited to have them because of that opportunity, is the number one thing that will keep you out of trouble. And make you less stressed and make you feel less shitty. Yeah.
No,
otherwise,
that makes
audio
a lot of
matters
sense.
more than video.
Fair enough.
You
fair
could have
enough.
an okay
I'm not
camera
super-
and a great microphone. An okay camera with a great microphone is way better than a great great camera with a shitty microphone or an okay mic. Audio is the most important thing.
Okay.
Audio quality.
Good to know, because I'm not super great with technology, but my boyfriend is, so he can help me in that department. But I understand what you're saying. I've been around atheists in my community because I live in the metro Atlanta area, and I've been to some like secular meetups and stuff. And I've never looked around. I'm 21, and I've never looked around and been like, oh, these people are older than me, and I don't want to be involved with them. I always be like, oh, I hope they want to be involved with me because I'm so much younger than them and want to have some sort of community. But it's so nice to be around like-minded individuals, like regardless of age. I can't even see myself being like, oh, I wouldn't want to be around atheists that are older than me. But I
if
really
you want
look
to
up
see a
to
newer
you two.
creator, a newer creator that I think models very well how to do things right, especially if you're going to be on the more toxic platforms like TikTok and Instagram, I would go check out Eve Was Framed. She obviously works here at the line, but her vertical content game is pretty fucking good. And I don't see her as a person who would, what's the word I want? She's not going to put her values to the side to land a super collaboration.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
She's genuinely one of the best people I've met.
Yeah.
And she can sing her ass off, and the music that they're producing right now, like I genuinely like. It's not like, you know, like Arden will point out, Arden got me listening to Chapel Roan and a few others that I love. And it's cool. I mean, I was like a Billie Eilish fan before Arden and I got together anyway, but there's lots of really cool songs like that. I would put Eve in that kind of same level, despite the fact that they're nowhere near as famous, but the type of music and as good as she is, but she's just a good person. So maybe I like her so much that I like her music more because I like her, I guess.
Yeah.
But
she's wonderful.
No, and that's fair.
I'm trying to think
and I definitely, yeah, go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh, start a Patreon earlier than you think you should also, and mention it everywhere. That's another good bit of creator advice.
We have a
the time
Patreon
to start
started
a
for
Patreon
Epic
is a year before you start it. Yeah.
No, I completely understand. I think I can identify with like Matt's story of working and then getting into it slowly, because I'm currently a senior in nursing school. So that's busy as it's on its own. So I feel like there definitely is.
Try to avoid audio glitches.
Yeah. I feel like there's a gap, I guess. I'm Black, and my parents are immigrants, and I'm an ex-7-day Adventist. So I feel like it's kind of a rare combination of atheists. I haven't met many ex-7-day Adventist atheists.
Yeah, so listen,
like
if it's right for you, we need voices like yours for sure. I would definitely, as you're thinking about it, maybe reach out to some Black creators you like. I will tell you, one of the reasons in the past when we've approached and like, hey, would you like to be on more? And they're like, I kind of like how much I'm on now. Being a Black ex-evangelical is a lot more pressure. People are way more watching your every move, and you are treated as not just like Matt and I, despite the fact that we are, cis white men, we aren't ambassadors for cis white men. Nobody's sitting there evaluating us on how good we're representing cis men or white men or men broadly. Every now and then there's going to be some people who come in and call us like race traitors or soy boys, but for the most part, we're not considered the ambassadors of those groups. And I know that in talking to my Black creator friends that it can be exhausting that you are a Black ambassador before the other shit. And that's a level of privilege we have. So that's just something to consider as you're deciding if you're ready for it.
Yeah.
Check out Black Non-Believers if you haven't already, by the way.
Yes, I'm in their group, actually. I haven't been able to go to any events, and I keep seeing stuff with Mandisa, and I'm just like, oh, I should go. I really should go. And I'm like, oh, it's the weekend, and I get my little break, so I'm just going to sleep. But yeah, I need to get more involved in the small communities that I can find. I feel like the internet is such a gift and a curse, but it's really good for getting your voice out there and meeting with new people.
Don't join Twitter. That's my other advice.
Yes.
Oh yeah, so it's a little late, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not too heavily involved, so I can always walk away.
Off that.
I can always walk away.
Get off that garbage heap. It does not make a single person happier. And I'm saying that knowing that the person next to me is going to be feeling a little called out. It's bad for everyone, and I think everyone should leave, though I will judge no one for not doing it.
So
That's fair enough.
I'm still
That's fair
there,
enough.
but only barely. And every single day, it's like. So I don't know if you heard. I'll talk about it offline. I don't keep you on here, Annie, because we got supers to get to. But thanks so much for calling.
Yeah,
and I hope you find
you're awesome.
a way to do what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that it turns out to be what you wanted to do, and that you don't find out 3 or 4 years in that you fucking hate it, and you have to pivot to a community group-based thing so you don't eat yourself.
You can also email me. You can also email me, sans.deity@gmail.com, and chat me up, not in a hitting on you way, but just maybe you can do an episode of the Hang Up with me at some point. But who knows?
Oh my gosh!
Once you have enough content that we can.
Okay.
What I want to say it now because of, not because of you, Annie, because of other people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Other people will now be like, "Oh, so can I be on?" Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pointing that out, that the way people get on these shows, at this point, is by us getting to know them, either doing their own content and then saying, yes, we'd love to have you on here. But if you've not done any content, the best thing you can do is not email us, but go out and make content and then be like, hey, I've been doing this. Does it fit with what you guys are doing? Do you have any interest? And maybe we don't, maybe we do. It's not a judgment thing on anybody else. But it's not a guarantee. It's not even a promise. It's just, you never know what might happen, but make some content.
Yeah.
That's a big thing. We'll never launch a person's platform for them. We did that in the past. It was a mistake. And I actually now would consider it a shitty thing to do to somebody because they don't really know what they're signing up for. Having the slow introduction to it's way better.
There's more than one person.
I've already made.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I've already started trying to, so far, made an Instagram and a TikTok and an email for my secular stuff. So I'm slowly getting into it. I hear what you're saying. I think it definitely is better that way to work from the ground up. But I'll definitely keep an eye out because I am a weekly listener to all the shows on the line. So I'll take Matt up on that.
Make some content. Hit me up. We'll talk.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me. I hope you guys have a good week.
Annie. You too. And
you've been hit by. You've been struck by the secular boys. Oh shit! Wait! Leave the frame like this. Hey, did you enjoy that clip? Boy, that was good. And I can't believe so-and-so said such and such. Somebody make sure you edit in the right names there. By the way, Matt, where can people find our Patreon?
Ooh, patreon.com/calltheline.
Like, subscribe, and leave a comment.
See,
I wanted to get at least
Jimmy probably has been wanting me to make promo stuff like that in my downtime, and it never fucking happens. So it's easier for us to just do it live.
I did it with Eric the other day and didn't realize. I was like, oh, this is the way to do it while they're already here. Hang on, let me see.
All right.
Do you want to be the best skeptic ever? Well, we're the presidents of skepticism. And what could they do to join the club, Matt?
Why, you could join the line on YouTube to start with by liking and subscribing, and tune in on Mondays to Skeptalk, where you can learn more about how to be the best skeptic in the world from the two presidents of skepticism.
We literally don't host Skeptalk, either of us.
Yeah.
Leave it in. Leave it in. Use that clip.
I don't care.
Yeah. That works. I like it.
What else? See, I'm waiting. I was like, oh my God, what do I say? What do I say? What do I say? And then it just happened. So, all right, super chats time. So first of all, with regard to Annie and getting on the show and stuff like that. Yeah, we already touched on this. There were people in the past that, there's a couple people that I gave a platform to that I regret doing that.
Yeah. Me too.
There were people who weren't. There was one person who wasn't ready, and it was too much. And there was another person who was a lying, fraudulent piece of shit. And so I'm glad they're gone. But what I decided is getting burnt by friends and watching mistakes happen with regard to shows is not going to keep me from taking the microphone and position that I have and making the best use of it for as many different people as I can. When Pangbird came to me and said, hey, you want to do some events with Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins and, Jordan Peterson and all these. And I was like, yes, but I also want to do events with people who other people haven't heard of, voices that I think should be listened to. And so I did events with Sarah Hayter and Tracy Harris, and, we had other things scheduled. Well, 1020 Carrie, if I wanted you to know who I was talking about, I think I'd probably said it now, wouldn't I? Unlike some other people, I'm not going to take the people that I'm mad at and make a video of them with their name in the title and put them on blast. I'd rather ignore them because they're not fucking relevant anymore. They're not a part of my life. They don't get to make my life.
Maybe you could put their face in the thumbnail, even if they don't mention your name at all during the fucking episode. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, that was wild. It's like, Matt Dillahunty, and then there's a picture of you, and I was like, hang on, all you did was post the video that started this that wasn't part of any of the discussion. That's just weird. Anyway, there are people who know. When I think that somebody, okay, I'll stop. But
I think I can summarize, and I'll bet you'll. Go ahead. I bet you'll agree with the sentiment. Platforming Eve, Alyssa, Josie, Luxander, Katy Montgomerie, some of these other people also had very big platforms. If you're wondering why I'm leaving some off the list, like Shannon was already huge, Paul was already huge, but platforming everybody here at the line that we love, platforming the right people was worth learning a lesson because it was a mistake to platform some of the wrong people in the past. So for all of the mistakes I've made, I get to, and the people I have collaborated with that if I could go back, I would uncollab with, or I would extend trust to and stuff. Yeah. It is worth it because now we have a lineup of amazing people, and we'll be adding more amazing people to that lineup.
There are bridges that have been burned. There are fights that have been had. There are people who've drawn their lines. There are, people who are, oh, you're the worst thing ever. You're the worst thing ever. You're the worst, whatever. Focus on the mission. There's the best advice, Annie. Stay off Twitter, whatever. Just focus on the mission. Anyway, super chats. Sorry, Morgan. We know that you'd eventually like to go to bed. We don't know how many there are. So I'm waiting for Morgan to jump in. I'll start. $10 from William Mattis. Matt and Jim at it again, except it wasn't.
Still works.
How are you two today? Doing well, not too hot, I hope. I'm doing okay. Much love to you and yours. Betting it's going to be a good show. Predicting now someone will call. Well, that's cool, because if nobody called, you could do it. Thanks so much, William.
Not as good as our predictions were, but that's pretty good. Luca says, Johnny Luca Rogers, greetings from Belgium. Here's to a great show. Much love to the hosts and everyone involved.
Awesome. Thanks, Johnny. By the way, Jimmy, how many fingers am I holding up?
I hope 0, but I know it's 1. I think it's 1. Yeah.
Of course it's 1. I made it as easy as possible. $10 from PT Colin. Would you rather sit through a Roseanne Barr comedy routine or have to go to a Kid Rock show?
Comedy.
So here's the thing. I despise Kid Rock. But the first album was fire. Or the first big album from him was fire. And it was one I listened to on the regular. And so I think it would be easier for me to turn off that part of my brain and just listen to the music than it would be to actually pay attention to Roseanne's comedy. So
too crowded, too loud. I'm not even thinking about the content of either. I'd go to Roseanne because I assume that I would get a seat to myself. I wouldn't be packed in against other people, and it would be several decibels quieter. Otherwise, I'm showing up with earplugs and sunglasses. Next one. Yeah.
Jimmy and I wouldn't be at the same show.
I can't do concerts anymore. William Matz decided to destroy the railroad in Fallout 4 this time. Be Brotherhood of Steel run through. Plasma and power armor, babe. Let's go. Hell yeah.
Woo woo. 999 from Greg Markowski. Thanks for the show, guys. I know that's probably a typo, but I like having fun with the extra R there. For maybe I should roll it. Thanks for the show.
Read the next one. I'm going to make this smoother. Morgan, I'm going to take over your computer until Super Chats are done.
Sweet.
If you'll read this.
1999 from Narcissa. Thank you so much. So nice to see Jim again. It was. And it's, unfortunately, he's got an internet hiccup. I will get Jim back on. Like, just for clarity, Jim's one of my other favorite people that I've met in the movement. And I'm thrilled anytime that Jim and I get to hang out. Also, I could say Jim and I. But I wish he was. I wish he was in the area and able to come over and hang out, because we love doing board games and crokinole and all kinds of stuff. But I love when Jim gets to host the show. And when Arden is putting together the schedule, and she asked me, "Hey, who do you want to have on the show?" There's a list of people, and then there's the list of, I guess, my regular priorities, which is, if Jimmy's feeling up to it, I'll always do a show with Jimmy. If Jim is able to get internet and do stuff, I'll do a show with Jim. Same with Paul. The people that you've seen on my shows the most often, they're genuinely the people that I want to do shows with. And so it's really tough, because I was disappointed that Jim had to leave because it'd been so long. On the other hand, I'm always happy to do a show with Jimmy. So,
yeah, people have missed us. We get a lot of comments of why it's been so long since Matt and Jimmy did something. And I missed us too. I just I couldn't do an impression of it. I don't think. I like his Patrick Warburton. No, I can't. But he's got a Patrick Warburton-esque voice. I like that about Jim. Puffy Cloud says, I want to see the president put VP Waltz to work whipping votes in the Senate.
Yeah.
Sure. Me too. He'd be good at it.
$20 from Ellie Fairfield. The onion ring god will grant free onion rings if you go pray to the sky tonight, as told by our Lord and Savior, Fergalbergal Minergalbergal, spelling. Well,
another god
misspelled if as is too, so I don't know why you're worried about it. But yes, thank you so much, Ellie. And we should let Arden know, because in this house, I thought I loved onion rings. Arden loves onion rings.
I can't have onions. They're one of the most extreme FODMAPs. Jimmy and Matt, lovingly go fuck yourself from Ellie Fairfield. Thank you.
That's fair.
Now I will.
See, and that's one of those things is I hope that people are, I'm going to have to do a thing on name calling at some point, and kind of the mean talk and everything else, because I don't look at it quite the same way that other people do. Oh, by the way, I took a test. Next time you're reading one, I'm going to put my results up here. But here's 1999 from Narcissa. Wow, 2 gems on one show. Yeah, how do you not like that?
If you want to see it, 2 Gyms 1 Cup is on our OnlyFans.
What?
2 Gyms 1 Cup. It was a reference to 2 Girls 1 Cup. 2 Gyms 1 Show. 2
Yeah,
Gyms 1
I
Cup
just didn't know he did that.
OnlyFans. No, I don't have. Neither of us have an OnlyFans, Jim or I. That was a joke. It was a bad joke. Moving on. Ellie Fairfield says, 2 Jimmys, 1 Matt, a story of tech gone wrong, safe for work version. Jimmy, you also go fuck yourself. I wish the left was better at choosing slogans. We hurt our ideas this way. Yeah. Though, arguably, some of them have been effective at getting your foot in the door with people, but yes, they are abused by others. Did you pull up the results you wanted to show?
Almost, but I'm going to wait till right after Super Chats. I don't even know how many Super Chats we have. $10 from Ellie Fairfield. Yes, go ahead.
I did that one.
$20 from Melissa Jeswald. Thank you for your service, Matt. My late dad was a World War II veteran. He went into the European theater, a Midwestern good Catholic boy. After what he saw, he could never go home again. He raised us as atheists. Yeah, as somebody who served 8.5 years in the military, I can tell you that while there's a lot of problems with it, and there's religious stuff, and there are some absolutely shitty people in there that went into military service in order to avoid going to prison, there are also a bunch of genuinely wonderful people there.
Yeah.
We used to have board game night regularly at a former friend's house, and we were playing apples to apples one day, and the word was honor, and I had Vietnam War Memorial, and I was like, I'm definitely winning this. There's nothing that screams honor more than a memorial. I mean, this is them honoring the fallen. And the person whose turn it was said, Vietnam War, nothing honorable about that, and threw the card down. And I was like, hang on, it doesn't say Vietnam War. It says Vietnam War Memorial. It's about the memorial. And they're like, I don't care. Anything having to do with Vietnam, there's nothing honorable there. It caused an argument, a fairly heated one for the game night. And not just because I would have won and didn't, but because it's undeniable that the subject of that card is memorial. And when you deflect from the subject, which is what it is, in order to say something else, anyway, I'm whining about it now.
Yeah.
18 years later.
Secular Feline says, just have to say that it's nice to vote for somebody again instead of just against somebody. Kamala Waltz for the win. Is it Waltz or Walls? I think it's Walls. I keep saying it wrong.
No T and no T sound.
I do I nail Kamala, the name Kamala, every time. And I've been correcting everybody who's getting it wrong. Because if we're going to keep saying that Donald Trump is racist for mispronouncing it, though he clearly is doing it on purpose, maybe we could put a little fucking effort into it and say Kamala correctly.
You corrected Megan Thee Stallion?
No.
You said you corrected everybody that got it wrong, and she got it wrong like 20 times during her endorsement.
I was being hyperbolic, your favorite thing.
I know. I'm sorry.
This is how I've been helping people remember. Kamala Harris. There. Now you have a mnemonic device you will never forget.
I did that. Arden and I, a week ago with Rats, I was like, just think in November, we'll be able to go, Kamala Harris won. But I think it's funny. Somebody today was commenting, about how to pronounce Wall's last name, because W-A-L-Z, it's like you're really tempted to do Waltz. And, let's write the Harris Waltz and all that stuff. But it's just Walls. And I said, his last name is there so that people have something to mispronounce other than her first name. It's a balanced ticket.
Trump has to go. Trump had to go.
Oh my God, we're going to write the whole thing. I'll call Boy George again to come over and sing it. $10 from Nikki D.
Oh, yeah.
My whole day is spent making grown-ass people feel better about themselves. Catching the hang-up today is a silver lining. Don't make me get Arden t-shirt promotion. Wait. Don't make me get Arden t-shirt promotion. Yeah.
That'd be good.
There might be something there.
That's funny.
By the way, she hasn't answered my message from earlier, so.
M. Allen says, new merch suggestion along the lines of, you turn me gay for 5 seconds, Jimmy. Okay. I don't know what moment that came up. I probably would be more flattered if I did.
$5 from Philip Kelly. Ever seen Jimmy and, is it Ceylon Conrad? I don't know how to pronounce the name. In the same place and same time, some would ask. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I don't know who the hell that is.
Oh, I've seen this person on probably Instagram Reels. I don't think we look alike, but I've seen them. Maybe it's just because I would never, not never. It would take a lot to get me to shave my beard completely off. And Kaylin does. Kaylin, I think I've met Kaylin before through another creator. I think we had a brief conversation at one point about something. David says, hi, Matt.
That's David Haxor.
Makes sense.
Hi, David. $20 from Titanium. Are there instances where it's morally obligatory to lie? Yes. Such as if there are Nazis at your door and Anne Frank is in your attic. Would you say it's permissible to lie to maintain polite social manners and courtesies? Yes. So Sam Harris he and I talked about this a little bit when not a ton, but a little bit when we were touring, because I told him we'd met a couple times, but when we actually did a few events together, I was talking to him about his books, and he wrote The Moral Landscape, and that allowed me to stop giving a lecture that I'd been giving. It's the only repeat lecture I really spent time doing. I used to give a lecture called The Superiority of Secular Morality, and I didn't have the phrase well-being, but I had the concept well-being in there. And so it was an important enough lecture to give that it's one of the few that I gave multiple times. Like Seth, who I adore, will put together a structured, timed talk with slides and a presentation, and then take that talk on tour. It's awesome. I've watched him do the same talk 2 or 3 times and enjoyed the fuck out of it. I don't enjoy doing that. I don't enjoy giving the same talk over and over. I've said the same things over and over again in small doses. So when I did the secular morality talk, it was one of the few that I was fine repeating because it was important to get people a good understanding of this. And so when Sam and I started touring, I said, hey, yeah, I talked to him on his book tour for Moral Landscape, but he wouldn't remember me. He was just at a book signing, and I came up and I said, I have an issue with something on this page here. Would love to talk about it sometime. But I criticized him openly before we ever met for his litty itty bitty book called Lying. It's a teeny tiny little book. Actually, the one I criticized him more for was Letter to a Christian Nation, because it included a thing about the Bible saying pi equals 3, when the Bible does not say pi equals 3. The concept of pi is not presented in the Bible. But his book on lying, I just disagreed with, because he's saying that in the Nazis and Anne Frank scenario, you don't have to lie. You can just not answer, I guess, was the closest he came to a solution. But I think that the more moral thing to do is to lie, and to do everything in your power to make that lie convincing, because now you're saving a life. And so I think there are plenty of circumstances where the most moral thing you can do is lie. Just like I think there are circumstances where the most moral thing you can do is steal. Now, these are weird, unrealistic scenarios. But if Jimmy and I are walking down the street, and I have a heart attack, and he breaks the glass on the store in order to set off an alarm to get an ambulance to come, or to break in and get a defibrillator that's on display there, whatever. When hurricanes hit, people were called looters for getting loaves of bread that would have gone to waste and rotted in order to feed and keep people alive. I think the most moral thing they could have done was stole that fucking bread and never even offered to pay it back. But you don't even have to do that. You can be like, you're not looting a fucking TV. Oh, it's not right. Opportunistic. It's, I need to eat, and this is going to go to waste. So yeah, I think there are times where it's morally a moral duty to lie, and maybe a moral duty to do other things. The bigger question that I hope we don't have to ever face again, but we might, is when is it moral to engage in violence in opposition to fascism?
Yeah.
I don't think it's an easy answer, but I think there is one.
It's a source of tremendous disagreement right now. Whenever I start dating somebody, I always tell them there's only 3 occasions under which I will lie. 1, if it would break the trust of somebody in a way that is non-arbitrary. 2, if I feel it is necessary to protect someone. Or 3, if it's really, really, really funny. And that's it. Those are the only times. I was hoping to make you chuckle a little.
If it gets a chuckle,
and usually in the funny
worth
instance, I'll tell them right after. Yeah. Anyway, Monkey at a Typewriter says, Brittany's story illustrates both the horrors that humans visit on each other in the name of their imagined gods. Brittany illustrates capacity humans have for strength and healing. Great call. Hell yeah.
Thank you. And thanks for talking earlier. $10 Melly Fairfield. Brittany, I saw the show. Brittany, I saw the show, I guess, a few days ago. Hang on. You are a tough individual that can find meaning in life outside of the unknown. Sending virtual kindness and love your way. Don't lose today because of fear. Absolutely. There's a lot that happens on shows like this. And of course, I lost my shit on Sunday's show. Like, no two ways about it. Even apologized. Still caught hell for it, despite apologizing on the show. But, whatever. I find it funny that if I do something that I think is too far and I apologize for it, then somebody comes in and like, well, yeah, you were terrible on Sunday. Yeah, I fucking know that. It's like the line from Taylor Swift of why you got to be so mean, pointing out my faults as if I don't already know them. I fucking addressed it on the show, but there's a lot that goes on that is problematic and troubling. There's a lot that goes on that is incredibly important. It's one of the reasons why this network works so hard and wants all of you to work along with us in support of organizations like Recovering from Religion, why we're trying to get information about what American Atheist is doing, what I'm having Will Judy back on before long. But the human element of the trans person who's rubbed so raw that all they can see is violence, and finding a better way to engage with them. Someone like Brittany struggling with fear, absolutely wanting to be free. These people who call in who are deconstructing, they're probably already atheists. They're probably already non-believers. They're probably already deep in this side of things. And probably the biggest fear is saying it. And so I was a huge fan of Penn and Teller and James Randi growing up as a magician. I mean, they were huge to me. And Penn and Teller are the ones that made it okay for me to utter the word atheist for the first time. When they were just unabashedly, we're atheists, and then just kept on going with whatever they're doing, I was like, wow, you can just say that and the sky didn't fall. It's obvious, and it shouldn't be anything that needs prompting. And yet Penn saying that is absolutely what made me say, why have I not been telling anybody? I remember telling my roommate, hey, I think I'm kind of agnostic now. And it wasn't long after that Penn, just in one of the shows was just like, yeah, we're atheists. And I was like, me too. Why haven't I said it yet? Getting other people with compassion and dignity to embrace and embolden your own dignity is part of what goes on here. Part of what I strive for when we're doing these shows. It's just the shame that all that God shit gets in the way.
Yeah. Samuel Isaiah says, Brittany, you're on the right path. Live the best life you can.
Somebody in chat was surprised I could quote Swift lyrics. Fuck, you should hear me do Eminem verbatim. $10 from One-Eyed Heathen. Just to thank you for having frank discussions about death and dying. Go fiddle yourself, Jimmy. There you go.
Dr. Bowen can do the speed rap from Rap God.
I can't do Rap God.
Next time he's on, bully him into doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never done Rap God, but the first 2 or 3 albums I can do almost word for word. I think genuinely, Eric, while he's problematic, Penn, here I am quoting Penn Jillette again. Penn once called Eminem one of the greatest poets of the 20th century. And I think Penn's right. I think Eminem's one of the greatest poets out there.
Oh, yeah. He's very good. Eric Capel says, love your channel. As a chiropractor and novelist in conservative rural Ohio, I've been largely silent on religion and politics on social media. That may change regardless of the outcome. It's not going to go well with your patients. I got to tell you, I think we've interacted before, Eric, and I assume you're one of the good ones, but I do not have a very positive view of the chiropractic industry and the wooiness that comes
I
in
believe
there.
my not good view is similar, if not stronger. But I am at least aware, as Jimmy is, that not all chiropractors are cut from the same cloth and are equally problematic. And so I would just prefer for now to have confidence that you are one of the awesome ones,
One of the good ones.
that I don't have to do a show on chiropractic.
When my studio in Denver, there was a chiropractor directly above, and I was in the basement of a building is where my studio was. I can say that now that freaking weirdos aren't trying to find me. Anyway, I'd have to pass by to leave every day, and on their glass they had crazy shit on there. Like if the germ theory of disease was true, no one would be alive to know it. Shit like that. Like, yeah, they were big anti-vax, anti-germ theory. They were a chiropractic practice that was anti-germ theory. Just wild shit. And then there was another chiropractor who moved in to the same level in the basement as me, and they put pamphlets in the bathrooms, and it would literally be stuff like curing cancer with diet and shit like that. So yeah, not the fondest of, but Eric, you're one of the good ones, I hope.
When we get all the super chats done, I'm going to pull up two things. One, that the score thing, but also I want you to do the Donald Trump voice on the tweets that I read earlier today, because I can't do the voice, but you can, but you weren't here, but now you are.
All right. Hell yeah.
$10 from Raven.
Good for
200. I'm doing my absolute best to not die. Well, good. I generally enjoy living. Even if life is meaningless in the grand scheme of things, Jimmy, go take 4 stink faces from Rikishi, one for each corner of the ring.
Jeez. 4.
The question is,
David
would you rather take
Hexor
one
says,
from Rikishi or?
What was the other option? What would I rather what?
Oh, I was, Yokozuna is dead. And so I was debating between which one of the, basically, would you rather have Rikishi's ass in your face or Yokozuna's ass in your face? But.
Let me fix this there we go. David Haxter says Matt can go to bed without worrying because he has snakes guarding his bedroom.
Not quite true, but yes. Yes, I do. That is true. There are snakes guarding my bedroom. Don't come to my house without permission. 1999 from Irvanix. Given the recent VP nom on the left, I'm finally feeling a sliver of optimism for my country and for our world. Thank you both for what you do. Encourage honest thought and the delineation between knowledge and belief. Yeah, considering, Jimmy and I spent time discussing and debating, should Biden drop? Would he drop? And, each week, what my percentages was for whether he would drop and whether he should drop shifted to where I think a week before he did, I think I was like at 80% that he should, but only like 55% that he actually would. And we still don't know, and we won't know till November. Actually, we'll never know if it was the right move, because it's possible that he could have won, and it's possible that they both could lose. So,
honestly, if she loses, there are people within our circle of people that I know I'm going to get in big fights with, because I will still argue at that point that what we know shows that the likelihood actually was that Biden would have lost bigger than Harris. That there are people who are already setting up for like, if we lose in November, I'm going to be telling you, I told you so. And I'm going to be sitting there and going, that's because your skepticism is failing you. And the fact that Harris loses won't actually necessarily mean that Biden would have won. But you can regret that we're not trying something else. Also, Irivonics, are you the person on the right in your profile photo? And if so, do I know you? And does your username on Patreon start with a J? I think that's who I think you are. That's all I want to know. I think there's someone who shows up to the group Zooms a lot, but I'm not positive.
The Raven would. No, sorry, I was doing a chat thing. Go ahead.
Brittany, regarding education, identify your learning style. You may learn better by reading, listening, watching, hands-on, etc. Khan Academy is a great resource. They have classes on basically everything.
Fair. Thanks again, Monkey. Yeah, Raven 200 was saying that the biggest and best cheeks of the Attitude Era, I'd probably go with Yokozuna because at least I wouldn't have Rikishi's thong-clad ass in my face. Yeah, it's nice and funny. I always wondered if it was half hazing. By the way, I've been watching a lot of content from Maven lately. As soon as his stuff started showing up in my feed, I watched more and more of it, and that led to more just wrestling content. Seen a lot of stuff from Taker, although I'm very disappointed. So turns out Austin said something very progressive and seemingly supportive of Kamala the other day, which counters the fact that Chris Jericho is evidently insane and the Undertaker's a Trump supporter. So I'm like, no, I don't want to know anymore. But I did reach out to Ken Anderson, who some of you might know as Mr. Kennedy. We've been friendly for years. We did a couple podcasts together, and I invited him to come on. We haven't picked a day yet, but I'll put him in touch with Arden. And one of the days, one day in the next few months that is free, Wednesday, I do hope to get Ken on here. So for the wrestling fans, you're going to get a treat. For the non-wrestling fans, you're going to get a treat because Ken's a fun guy to hang with.
Cool. They were not the patron I thought they were, but you look like a solid homie, Iravonics. Speaking of, they said, holy fuck, Matt and Jimmy are true wizards. Wow, that was an hour ago we did that trick. Yep. Over an hour ago.
Here's a new one.
Rip. Let's see if I can, let's see. I don't know. It's been a while since I've done this one. I don't know if these are they're heat activated cards, people. So what you do is you kind of, oh no, I'm definitely fucking it up. You kind of rub it and you rub the heat in and then it just changes color.
Yep.
It changes card. Yeah, that was bad. That was not a very good one. All right. Probably gave it away.
I don't know. My hands don't hardly work at all anymore. I haven't done a decent card trick in 2 years that required any sort of dexterity at all.
Do you exercise them?
No, I've pretty much given up. Like if I'm gonna try this. My hand, I don't have my lotion or anything else. I don't even know if I can get positioned correctly to do this. But it should be the case that like I should be able to take that. Oh no, that was fucking terrible.
That's a bad angle.
That was
bad angle.
That was absolute garbage. Never mind. I've never done magic in my life. Let's edit that out of the show. When my hands aren't working, I should have fucking known better. I can't. I have no grip. I can't even hardly snap my fingers.
It happens, man. It happens. Hopefully, this one's more interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't have to happen on live TV. I have a magic friend that's going to be pissed at me for that, and he should be. Oh no!
I mean, the good news is every single one of these that we're doing, somebody in the comments will be like, "Just go watch the video titled blah 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 for how to do it. I'm here to ruin shit."
Oh, I can't do anything anymore.
Narrative Dude says, for the card trick alone, already a patron and the best couple of bucks I spend. Hell yeah, thank you.
There you go. $19.99 from Aravonics. Confidence beyond competence is arrogance. It's a fatal flaw in the religious. Their true religion is revealed time again to be egoism. Egoism is what helped turn me from Christianity. And Matt sharing his thoughts. Thank you. Thanks so much. I'm glad it was helpful. How many we have left, by the way?
Less than 10, I think.
Okay.
Oh, I hit that because I was counting. Daniel Robles says, hey, Matt and Jimmy, I was too busy playing Mega Man and forgot to watch last week. Almost missed this week, too. I'm doing well. I'm feeling slightly optimistic about the country. Hope the same goes for you. I definitely am experiencing, seeing the energy and excitement I'm liking. Yeah,
I've been streaming on Twitch a ton lately. and I'm playing Binding of Isaac again. I've got every character unlocked, but I've got a ton of unlocks to do. So after 3 years of not playing, I'm playing Isaac daily on both up here and on my PS5. So it's been enjoyable. $10 Canadian from Matt Cracks Wise. I think sometimes the best thing we can do is be supporters rather than activists. I'd be very bad at doing what Matt and Jimmy do, but I can be very good at giving them money for it. Well, I wouldn't say you're very good at giving money. I mean, you gave 10 Canadian dollars. That's allegedly money. I think you could be better at giving money for it.
Thank you, Matt.
That is something that is a Jimmy response that I would never have done at all if it hadn't been for hanging out with Jimmy all these years.
I was like, this has got to be so uncomfortable for him. I don't know if he's ever said these words in this order before.
I'm very grateful for the support. I hope my jest was taken in the spirit it was offered.
Secular Humanist says, coffee for both, loves.
No, I fucking hate coffee. Don't you ever buy me a coffee. Yeah.
I love coffee, but I can't have caffeine.
I don't like coffee.
Decaf sometimes.
And I fucking live off caffeine.
Do you think
$50 from
Do you think if you grew up Mormon, do you think if you had grown up Mormon, it might have be the difference between whether or not you now like coffee?
No. I hated coffee growing up. And when I went in the Navy, coffee was all we had to drink other than water in boot camp. And so for work week, I was in-house and I started drinking coffee, and it was chock full of nuts was the brand. I remember because I genuinely liked it. Like it had a flavor that was a little different from some other coffee. And I drank the hell out of that for a week. And after that, anytime I tried coffee again, I just couldn't stand it. I've had coffee that I liked at a period of time that I liked it, but I can't stand coffee. I like Kahlua though.
I've wondered whether or not for myself, if I was more prone, because there are other things which were prohibitions, which I like more, I think, because of it. Boobies, for example. I think I like them more because of Mormonism. But anyway, I digress.
$50 from Godfrey and Good, referring to Josephus. Frequency should trigger your BS alarm. It's not a thing that exists in and of itself. It indicates repetition. We measure the frequency of light, radio, signals, Wi-Fi, AC current, and hertz. It's not God, energy, or vibrations. Aloha. Yes. That's it. That's an incredibly good point. That is well worth $50 to get it super highlighted in it like that, so that people realize, yes, frequency. There's lots of things that, like, I think we should make a checklist, like a bingo checklist of all the things that trigger my BS detector. Like the second somebody says, isn't that logical? Because that phrase only comes from people who don't understand logic and reason, because it should be, isn't that reasonable? And then, all quantum, the second I hear quantum, there's alarm bells going off. Chiropractor does that as well, but not as strongly.
Common sense, energy.
Yep.
Those are both big ones for me. Yeah. Joshua Jamie says, just a thought I had recently. There's never a three-way conversation between two people and God. People get simultaneous revelations, but never full conversations. Mormons a lot of Mormons believe that the entire quorum of the 12, which is actually 15 people, because that's how good Mormons are at math. The quorum of the 12 in the temple, a lot of Mormons believe are communicating as a group with God, but I take the point.
It's funny. Joshua makes a great point here. You got people standing next to each other in church, and one of them gets a revelation and the other one doesn't. Why? If God has an important message for the church, not just a couple people standing out there in the pews, they're all in church and the preacher's standing up and I got a word from the Lord yesterday. I saw a 900-foot Jesus in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and God wants me to have a private jet. I got a word from the Lord. Why the fuck did nobody else in that church get a word from the Lord? Why is God talking to this asshole up front to tell them the message when if God really wants it, God could tell the whole church, could be like, give that man your money so that he has a plane. And now everybody would have received the same message instead of just the dipshit up at the front of the church. It's such an obvious scam. Yeah, it's a great point, Joshua.
I got to fly it through that 900-foot high mouth. That was the only reason I could come up with that. It would have to be a 900-foot Jesus. He's got
that was
the mouth.
Oral Roberts said that he saw a vision of a 900-foot tall Jesus in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and said that God was going to strike him dead if he didn't get X million dollars by, the end of the month or something like that. I'll look it up while you're reading the next one.
This isn't what I thought I'd get when your daddy asked if I'd like oral. Moving on. I just assume that's what his wife says to him sometimes. Jamnik says, thanks for the card magic. I'm a believer now. Got to start using my super chat budget to join the Lions Patreon. Who am I kidding? I'll still probably send just as many super chats. Well, that's very, very sweet of you. Patreon, we do get to keep a higher percentage of, but I like your solution. Do both. I like that a lot.
In 1977, Oral Roberts had a vision of a 900-foot Jesus who told him there was an urgent need to erect the City of Faith Medical and Research Center. Roberts raised the funds for the hospital, though it didn't stay open long. In 1983, God again contacted Roberts to tell him that he wanted to find a cure for cancer. No such cure has been reported. In 1987, Roberts reported that God was threatening to call him home unless his followers forked up millions so he could maintain his fundamentalist empire. And though he was criticized heavily for using that tactic, the faithful came through and donated what he needed. So I mixed a couple stories. 1977 was the 900-foot Jesus that told him to build a medical center that went bankrupt and shut down some years later. In 83, God wanted Oral Roberts to come up with a cure for cancer. He didn't. In 87, Oral Roberts was going to kill him if people didn't fork up millions of dollars, and they forked up millions of dollars. So he lived to be 91 years old and died in 2009, all the while obviously scamming people. If God's got a message for me, he can fucking tell me. I don't need anybody else to pass on a message from God. And if God isn't willing to give me 5 minutes of his time, he's not worth any of mine. $4.99 from Swanio Yips. Do you guys keep in touch with YouTube drama Sneeko v. Penguinzo debate? I don't know any of those names.
I thought I knew one of the names, but then Aiden Ross did a stream with Donald Trump, and I found out that he isn't Sneeko because the man who interviewed Donald Trump, I thought was Sneeko. When I saw his face, isn't that Sneeko? Nope, it's Aiden Ross. And now I know who Aiden Ross is
bought him
just
a
because of
Rolex.
that.
Is Aiden the guy that bought him a Rolex?
Bought Trump a Rolex?
So somebody, I think it was Aiden Ross, bought Trump a Rolex and took him out to show him a Cybertruck that he had shrink wrapped with the fist raising image right after the shot. They were saying that he gave him the Cybertruck too, but I thought that he was just presenting the Cybertruck with the shrink wrap as a thing. But he gave him a fucking Rolex, and there's people saying that it's an illegal campaign contribution. It happened like yesterday or the day before.
It should be, but also stop giving billionaires free shit.
Give me a fucking Rolex.
It always annoys me. Right. It always annoys me when you hear about oh yeah, and this rich famous person, I never pay for my meals when I go out. You should pay quadruple. It's time for some wealth redistribution, you privileged fuck. Anyway.
Yeah.
I don't have strong feelings on it. Allison the Animal says, Jimmy, if you can't eat onions, you could try onion powder. Most people restricted to a FODMAP diet can digest it, no problems. The garlic powder is good too. It was a game changer for me. So, Allison, the only reason I'm going to correct you is because if somebody's watching this, I don't want to fuck them up. What you just said means you are tolerant to those things. However, garlic powder and onion powder are how I found out I'm not, because I usually like a vegan chicken broth more than real chicken broth, even though I'm not vegan. And it kept fucking me way up, and I finally figured out that it was that. And I had already cut out a lot of other garlic and onion sources. So while low FODMAP doesn't mean you don't you're intolerant to every FODMAP, and it means that you can do the powders. I certainly at this moment in time cannot, but we're supposed to start my biome reconstruction soon, and hopefully that will mean I have days where I'm not miserable in the bathroom for, well, you guys don't need to know that much about what I'm doing in the bathroom.
Charles said if he were given a Rolex, he'd sell it. And I was like, yeah, that's the whole reason I want somebody to give me a Rolex so I can sell it, because I already got a watch.
Yeah. I love my Apple Watch. Apple Watches are great. They're great devices. I don't have a need for anything other than this. Yes, that's true, but and what? Oh, is Microsoft not? What's the good brand of phone we can get? Anyway.
Galaxy.
Samsung?
It's Google.
Samsung's the ethical company? I don't think so. Another time.
$10 to Swanio. Yep. Repost because $5 isn't read. Please refund. Oh. Wait.
Repost.
So you donated $5 and then found out that wasn't read. So you donated $10 and he wants to refund the $5. I don't know how to refund the $5. That's up to Jimmy.
First of all, we can't refund the $5. Second, it wasn't that we didn't read it. We hadn't gotten to it yet. We go in the order that they were received, and we literally just got to it a couple of messages ago. And wait, how many minutes were between the two? But Swanio, there is no way to refund them. However, you literally posted 5 minutes apart. 5 minutes apart. There are people who have waited 3 hours to hear theirs, who did wait 3 hours to hear theirs, and you with the 5. Anyway, there's nothing I can do. I can't refund it.
Tell you what, next time you want a super chat, just give $5 and tell me, tag me in chat, and I'll read it. So I'll give you a discount on the next one. If you can get my attention, the mods will know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Go ahead and they'll bring it to our attention. We'll get you a free one, but there is no way to, but be aware in the future, Matt has, with 2 super chats, I think took more than 5 minutes just responding to 2 separate super chats tonight. And that's not a call out. I do that shit all the time too. So yeah, just know within 5 minutes of posting it does not mean it's not going to get read.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And I'm exhausted, so. $10 from Raven. Just because you mentioned him, Matt, clear throat. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. In my head, it's Mr. Kennedy. And then Mr. Anderson. Anyway, Jimmy, go take a mic check by Mr. Anderson on the steel stage. We get Ken to do it when he's here.
That's all right. Is it like a
Mr. Anderson?
Kind of.
Something like that?
Yeah, it is. Okay. It's kind of like that. I don't have the effects on mine. I've got applause and
you can map
the
effects.
I don't have.
I'll show you how sometime. Yeah. Road Central, the app you can put them on.
Wait. Was that you that said Mr. Anderson?
I said Mr. Anderson.
Oh, I think it was a Margan.
You read it.
Did I not just hear a Margan?
I don't know. He's not set to go into my ears, apparently. I'm probably set to master, and he's probably on the buses. So probably, but I don't know.
Well, he didn't answer me.
Dilip Raghuveer says it's frustrating when people use common sense to explain things like the origin of the universe. That's just this high society quantum physics is just common sense. Because I actually will sometimes get annoyed when people say common sense and be like, do you want science to be common sense? Is that how you think it should work? What's the matter with you?
I'd like for common sense people to trust the science rather than the other way around. Yeah.
Oh, someone had said Mod says that only $10 are read. Yeah, that's actually true. We've just been reading them. We've been reading $5 anyway for some reason tonight.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. $10 for
that was the last one.
from Alishana Silverbow. God gave me a message that you two are doing the Lord's work and I should give you $10. You're gay homie and go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Thank you.
Thanks. Linemerch.com.
I got pictures to put up.
Yeah. I'm giving you control back, Margan.
Margan, full screen me when you get your control back if you can. And so first, this is for Jimmy to read. This is Trump. Is Jimmy muted now? What the fuck is going on? So I guess when I'm full screen, you've got Jimmy muted.
Because it's set to auto mix. Can you hear me now? Go back. Amargan. Go back. Go back, Amargan. Go back. Okay, hang on. Wrong Jim. I'll do it. I can get in there. All right. Okay, you should hear me now.
Yes.
Okay, good. I figured. Okay. What are the chances that crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the U.S., whose presidency was unconstitutionally stolen from him by Kamala Barack Hussein Obama, crazy Nancy Pelosi, shifty Adam Schiff, crying Chuck Schumer, and others on the lunatic left, crashes the Democrats' National Convention and tries to take back the nomination, beginning with the challenging me to another debate. He feels that he could make a historically tragic mistake by handing over the U.S. presidency, a coup, to the people in the world he hates most. He wants it back now. This is the most radical left duo in history. There has never been anything like it, and there never will be again. Crazy Kamala is indeed crazy. I hear there is a big movement to bring back Crooked Joe. What's even?
I tried to mime along with it for fun. This though is something. So I stream on Twitch, and in a discussion just the other day, it's come up many times. You know, whether or not I'm somewhere on the spectrum, and I'm not going to go pay the thousands of dollars. By the way, somebody got banned over being a dick about that it potentially takes to get it. So I did an online screening test, and if you go back, you can watch the video on demand from on my Twitch of me actually taking it and explaining and describing what I thought about each of the questions. But the results, which I'm going to leave it at 16. There was one question that I think I probably wasn't accurate on after rethinking it. So I could be 15, 16, or 17, depending on how that question shifts in. But basically, what?
If they're weighted equally. We don't know. There may be some questions that are worth more than others, yeah.
I mean, there's 30 questions, and this thing caps out at 30. So it's basically 1 point per question.
It's even dumber.
But in any case, I came in at borderline indication, which means that I experience many typical signs of autism. So, and that's as close as we're going to get to actually, getting somebody to say for sure.
I don't know. I took it after him because I'm a confirmed autist and I got 25 out of 30. So I think it's actually a pretty good little pre-screening. I will say there were things missing out of the evaluation that I thought about from my evaluation was multiple days, and they send assessments to your friends and shit like that. But there were some things that were missing from it that I thought were, and if it's equally weighted, that also strikes me as odd. But like one for you that I think would be a strong scoring would be like a strong sense of that which is just versus unjust, and a low tolerance for things that break those.
Yeah, although I don't care if caring about justice means I'm on the spectrum. I'll gladly be. Well, I don't care if I'm on the spectrum. I am what I am. But it was there were people who were like, "Oh, you're definitely," but most everybody was like, a little bit. And so to get a number that was like 16, where it's like, yeah, you experience some tendencies. Cool. The fun thing is that I got to do it on stream and talk about the thoughts of my questions. The people that were there were able to chime in and talk about how their answers might be different. So it was a bit of fun. Not that I'm advertising or promoting my Twitch, but if you want to come in and watch me play Isaac and ask some questions on occasion, I'm there. Wow, this was a long fucking show.
Yeah.
It's almost 10:30.
Part of it's that we haven't gotten to do much together lately. I've been sick and stuff, and I think we were just.
I know.
I mean, that's how I'm gonna say it. I was enjoying my time with you. Yeah. Virtual hug. We can step up the virtual hug in VR sometime this week.
Sweet. Well, on that note, let me wrap this up. And the first thing I need to do is something that we actually haven't done since early on in the show, and that's to remind you that this is one of many shows on the Line Network. Very fortunate to be able to do a lot of this and devote a lot of time to it. Tomorrow, the Transatlantic Call-In Show will be at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern. I'll start doing this like we're doing announcing TV shows in the 70s. Tune in at 9/8 Central. But yeah, so tune in at 5/4 Central for Josie Caballero and Alexander on the Transatlantic Call-In Show tomorrow. Then there may or may not be something happening Friday or Saturday. Jimmy could do a Cus I Wanna, who knows? But on Sunday, the Sunday show at 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern, Jimmy Snow and Dr. Aron Adair. Next Monday, the 12th on Skeptalk at 6 p.m. Also Dr. Aron Adair. On Chewed Gum on the 13th is the lovely and talented and calls me in the middle of a show, Arden Hart. The 14th, I'll be back. That's next Wednesday. Hang up. 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. How do I do that? 4 p.m. Pacific. I've never had difficulty saying Pacific or specific, so I don't know what's going on. I guess I'm tired. Next Wednesday, 4 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern. You mountain people don't get to watch it all. I'll be back with Andrew Seidel for an episode of The Hang Up. So that's the next week's worth of shows. And also the following week, the 21st, Jimmy's going to host The Hang Up. So if you're tired of me, but you still want to have fun on a Wednesday that doesn't involve going to church, you can tune in on the 21st for Jimmy and Paulogia. So
if you're tired of Matt, you can enjoy the person that commenters like to call wannabe Matt, despite the fact he's also trying to retire from this long before Matt does.
I'm never going to retire, so you'll definitely win.
Retire from this. I'm not going to retire, but retire from this. Morgan, if you'll let the thing go, but turn the music down a little. Matt's inspired me to want to try to do like one of those reading off copy for the ends of the show. So go ahead and
close this out.
Let the thing go, and then but just turn the music down a bit. The outro. You can hear, right, Morgan? Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Turn it down more.
You're just going to keep saying turn it down until you don't have any time left to do the thing you wanted to do.
All right. The Hang Up is a production of the Line Media Group. Today's producer was Morgan, and thank you to our wonderful screener, Flabbergasted. Your hosts were Matt Dillahunty and Jimmy Snow. You can support the show at patreon.com/calltheline or get yourself some wonderful merchandise at linemerch.com. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And we will. I just off the top of my head, I'm pretty good at that. Shit. All right.
It didn't suck. You want to host?
You cut off Matt.